I think we're definitely not on Swiss time because the Swiss train run like on time. And I live in Geneva, that's why I'm saying that. Again, welcome everybody. My name is Mohamed Ba, and I work for the ITU, and our headquarters is in Geneva, Switzerland. And for those who don't know the ITU is the UN Specialized Agencies for the ICTs. It's actually the oldest UN agency in the world. Anybody knows how old is the ITU? How old is the ITU? Yes, 18 something. 18 what? 65. That's how old the ITU is. It actually joined the UN system much later. But it's the first UN agency, you can say that. Right? And for those who don't know, it was all about post and telegraph, the first technology. Later on, the post part split and the telecommunication part, and we became the ITU. So we are a union. We're a very specialized UN agency. Probably affect you more than you know. Most of your standards a lot of the standards you use today, a lot of everything that touches telecommunication in some ways. Well, not everything, but a lot of things that touch telecommunications. With that, I don't know if Atsukos would like to say a few words before we get started. Yeah.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for the students to join us. It's a very exciting day, and I'm also looking forward to hearing from Mo and Udita on these tools and the playbooks and the frameworks that we can use concretely. And I hope that at the end of the day, we have clearer pictures and pathways and concrete actions that we can really do something. And perhaps, we can then discuss, a bigger picture, how our office in New Delhi can come in, as well as working together with our Geneva colleagues and really concretize all those exciting ideas of innovation. Actually, yesterday when I was listening to Mo, I thought that, okay, I have a few ideas I want to start a business on. So maybe I can, concretize my idea too. And, of course, give it to someone else. But, all of us have some ideas, but we don't know how to do it. This session will really give us an idea, right, Mo? You'll give us an idea on how to do it. So let's dive into it and looking forward to really learning and, also know each other and know you and what we can do together. Thank you, Mo. Back to you.
Thank you. I just want to say that I was put on the spotlight today. Udita was supposed to do this. He usually does this. And she said, Mo, you have to do this today. I said, okay, I'll take one for the team. Udita is, of course, my partner in crimes in this. And Udita, you want to say a few words?
No, just thank you so much for coming. I think we're going to have an exciting day today because the way we want to engage with you and we don't, yesterday, those of you who were here yesterday, we want you to sit here today from a different perspective. Yesterday was more about listening, consuming. Today is all about being in the game, actually participating in the activity. So we want you to have that co-creation spirit today. I know you all comfortably found your comfort seats right now, but we'll work around it in a bit. But thank you so much for coming. And yeah, we look forward to having an exciting session with you today.
Okay, shall we start with some kind of icebreaker? First of all, why are you all here? Why are you here? What do you want to know? I can tell you what we want you to know, but I think we'd like to hear from you. Anybody? This is a very interactive session, so let's break that ice now. Maybe I'll start with this table.
Thank you, Mr. Mohammed. Actually, I'm Ashutosh Ojha, Deputy Director General in Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation. And in the ministry, I'm just looking after the work of SDGs. So this was the SDG word was my main interest. That's why I came.
Excellent. Somebody wants to know about SDG. Okay. You?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Aman Srivastav, and I'm consultant young professional at Telecom Regulatory Authority of India. So why I'm here is because we at TRAI are focusing on using ICTs to achieve the SDGs. So I'm also trying to adopt the strategic foresight for this. So let's see how it goes today.
What SDG are you the most interested in?
SDG 9, which talks
9.
about the digital infrastructure.
Okay. All right. Anybody on this table wants to say something? I promise you, I'm going to get to you at some point if you don't talk. So the best strategy is to volunteer, so I leave you alone. Any brave person? Not yet? Oh, look. This is actually the problem. Everybody is on the machine, training God knows what kind of AI, which will replace you later. Okay, so you can just say your name and which SDG you're interested in and why.
Myself Tushar Kavgate from Sri Raj University, Pune. So we come here for 3 days IMC program. We are the academic partner for these sessions here. So in our university, there are many kind of sustainable things, sustainable activities are carried out. So we want to know more about these things here.
Okay, and which SDG are you most interested in? Which sustainable development goals? You can say, I don't know.
Yeah, surely I don't know. That's fine.
Thank you. Anybody on this table?
Good morning. I am Nidhi Sharma from Sri Balaji University, Pune. I am pursuing MBA specialized in finance, and we do have course in our syllabus. We have sustainable development, and we have also studied 17 goals of SDGs like no poverty, hunger, gender equality, and all. So we would like to know more about it from you. And we also have different clubs in our college. So one club is also related to sustainable development, and on Saturdays we do conduct activities from or by activities are conducted by those clubs. So thank you.
Thank you. Hopefully you can take something from the session today to use in your club. Anybody else on this? No? Okay.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Pranab Dev. I'm a professor at Sri Balaji University, and I'm also a member of the Sustainability Club in our college. And one of the goals we have is no plastic zone, and that is making the campus environmental friendly. Now that is one of the goals which I thought, if it is possible, because I see plastic everywhere. So I hope I'll take something from this session. Thank you, sir.
Well, thank you for being here. I gotta get one person for every table.
Hi, I'm Neetika from Tata Communications. I'm leading environment sustainability in Tata Communications right now. So I have fairly good idea on SDG 13 and 12 and all, but I'm looking forward how we can innovate in terms of the other SDGs and accelerate those activities within the company.
You'll actually see the name of Tata Communication on one of our slides.
Yes,
We've
very
referred to some
noble.
of your research.
Very noble. This, or you consider yourself out of this table?
Yeah.
He seems to be on this one.
Sorry. I am Ritesh Datta. I am from KPMG, and I want to know how poverty can be decreased in India, and it's a big issue right now.
You gotta give him like a really, really big round of applause, how we can reduce poverty and how we can create more equality, hopefully, right? I like to talk about an equitable future for all. This is the word we'll learn throughout. How do we create that equitable future? For all of you who know, the SDG is really there. It's just a global goal that was set, but how you materialize that depends on where you live, etc. This table?
Hello.
Gender balance in the conversation. So far,
My name is Manas Kanitkar. I'm from Sri Balaji University. I'm looking for to reduce the hunger problem in our India, that SDG. And I don't know, I really don't know about SDG because I'm not a group of sustainable group in our college. So I just know about what is SDG more. Thank you so much.
Okay, I'm not sure I know what SDGs is, but you're all gonna figure out what SDGs is together, right? This table, I think.
Hi, my name is Sakshat. I work for KPMG, and back in my college, I used to also work for ISEC. That's a part of the UN, if you've heard of that. So we used to focus a lot on SDGs back then. At that point, I think mine was clean water and sanitation. That was one thing I really look forward to because I feel more than anything, even if there's no food, water is something that's basic necessity for anyone. So yeah, I think that's one of them that I really want to understand how telecom or any technology could help moving that to the entire world.
Very good. And somebody else is training the machine. Maybe that person should talk.
Hi, so yesterday I was there in the yesterday's session also, and we discussed agriculture problems in India. So I think today in today's session we will discuss that further and see what solutions we can come up with.
Okay, noble. So, okay. All right, so power session, strategic foresight to achieve the SDGs. The bit of the agenda today, we'll go over some context setting, tell you a little bit of what this whole thing is about, and we'll tell you a bit about futures thinking. Has anybody heard the term futures thinking before? Yes? No? Strategic foresight? No? Statistics? Yes, of course. Prediction? Okay, so we'll know the difference between all those. Future thinking is really something else. So we'll introduce us to the process of strategic or futures thinking, which is strategic foresight, and why, and how this came about, and why this is so important today. Then we'll show you the workflow, the process that you can go about really thinking about anything through this. Some of the tools and the summary, we'll use them and we'll get to it, okay? Context setting. Anybody remember the MDGs? The Millennium Development Goals? The world got together and said sometime back and say we have to meet these goals by 2015. They were before the SDGs. This is a headline from 2015. Wasn't met. What do you see there? Do people understand actually how to materialize this? So again, they were simple, right? 8. This is 2023. You live in Delhi, Mumbai, different parts. What do we hear? Pollution, right? Okay. Next to that, what is in the headline? 15 years later, we're not going to meet the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goal. What's going on? All these are headlines. You get bombarded with headlines on a daily basis, everything. You either decide to ignore them, right? Or you have no choice, you're brought into it. Now, we're here. We're talking about the Sustainable Development Goals. We are looking at the year 2030. This is our icebreaker, and I will let Udita facilitate this part. What headline would you like to see on the SDGs that you care about? Udita, you want to facilitate this part?
We can just have volunteers from different tables. We're talking about foresight. We're talking about futures thinking. We're talking about SDGs. What do you think would the headline be like if it was 29th October 2030? which, by the way, is the year by which we want to ideally achieve all the SDGs. So the goal is for 2030 to achieve all 17 SDGs. So now, given where we are today, where do you think what the headline would be like that year?
What would you like to say? I ask you all about the SDGs you care about. What do you want to read in the newspaper happening in 2030? You want poverty? What headline do you want to see?
And it could be related directly to an SDG or indirectly.
Agriculture, what do you want to see? Whatever you care about, what headline in the world do you want to see in 2030? So we have Post-it. Yes? Everybody has Post-it on the table. You have pens, right? Write down your headline. The headline is simple. It's something like this, right? Very simple. What story do you want to see in 2030?
So it's a funny one. The air purification companies are going out of business.
The what?
The air purification companies who manufacture the air purifiers, those are going out of business.
I love it. Write it down, but you have to tell us why they're going out of business.
So we're moving towards the green economy, right? So
love it. Write that down. They're going out of business because we're going or we have achieved a green economy. Perfect.
Okay. So for me, it would be the world has gone back to the old age, where everything is greener, everyone is equal, and everyone has food to eat.
Okay, write that down. But I will question equality in a minute. Do you want equity or equality?
Can we have everyone put their
But write it
here,
down, please.
and then we can read all of them from one board also.
And why is that? Because we have gone back to the old ways. We have gone back to some kind of balance in the world. Okay, very ambitious, but very good. Please write it down, and we want it on the board. Yeah.
Do not need to be a group effort, so I would expect 3 headlines from
please.
this table.
Individual
Amazing.
thinking. I promise I will not charge for any of the Post-it. And what would you like to see? In your case, what would you like to see?
India is now a poverty-free, if not completely, but up to some extent.
Lovely. Thank you.
India is... Women lead in tech roles in India.
Everybody, please put
Air
something.
purifier companies are going out of business, moving towards green economy.
Yeah, let me tell you something about the future. If you don't think about your future, you don't start driving it, somebody else will drive it for you. You will be in somebody else's future, not your future. Would you like that? So please, write down the future you want to see.
I like this one. Successful on paper, failure in reality. India yet to achieve its goal. Green India, Free India. India, leading the innovations with the world, SDG 17. And 7 is that? No, that's a comma. Food security for all, education for all. Any more headlines? Did this table put headlines? India has achieved all SDGs. Defeats the headline that we had on the previous slide though. Telehealth and remote surgery using 6G. Pollution free, but not completely to some extent. Sorry, this is the other one. Global emissions down by 50% from 2020. Delhi becomes hotspot for astrotourism. Women would be treated equally as men. Less quantity, better quality. Healthy crops. Okay.
So do we have everybody yet?
There's one more that's coming. The average lifespan of Indians going to rise in the next 20 years. India to be 2042 Olympic host. Isn't that already happening? Okay. No, that's fine. That's fine. India to host the 2042 Olympics.
But what would you want to see at the 2042 Olympics? You can host it, but what do you want to see? Okay, so holding the 2042 Olympics will have a positive effects on India and maybe position India as some global leader or something. But just to be specific, because that part is happening, so what do you want to see when it happens? Yeah. Okay. All right, anybody else? Anybody else? If you don't write your future, somebody will write it for you. And I promise you, you won't like it, right? Or at least you won't know how to negotiate with them if they want to write their future over yours. Yes? So I think this was just an exercise to make you think about future thinking and why this is important. So when we talk about the world not meeting the SDGs, we write it, we say these are the goals. Do we know how to get there? Do you know what you need to do to get to these futures? Do you know? Do you feel you can contribute to these futures? Do you feel you can contribute to this future? Yes? No? Do you believe you can do something to drive this future? Maybe? 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 That's a lot of maybes here. Chance favors the prepared mind. Hope is not a strategy. To some extent. Okay. All right. I love this. Okay, so we did set our goals. All right, so this is the vision that the world set that we're not meeting. The SDGs, we had 8, now we have 17, maybe we'll have 30 next time, right? Because the problems of the world are getting more complex, maybe we need to track them more. I don't know. For sure, there is something happening next year called the Summit of the Future, where the world will get together again to start debating this, right? Now, this may mean very different things to different people, right? The UN SDGs in the preamble talks about 3 things: planet, people, and prosperity. And this is how they sort of relate, right? You have goals 15, 14, 6, and 13, which talks a lot more on the biosphere side, which is we have to really, somebody say we have to go back to what it was before, to some kind of equity and balance. This is about that, right? Then in the middle, we have society, education, health, some of these things, right? And then up there we have economy, which is 8, 9, 10, 12 jobs, creating prosperity to some extent, right? And with partnership, collaboration leading all this. I think for those who were at the session yesterday, you heard one critical word: collaboration, collaboration, collaborations. But why are we not collaborating? Do we know what to collaborate on? Can we collaborate? Question mark. How do we collaborate? I asked you earlier, can we do something about it? Can all of us do something about it? The answer was maybe, perhaps. We can, but if we don't think, we're not going to get there. Like chance favors a prepared man. Hope is not a strategy, right? So when you talk about the SDGs and technology, today you have a lot of technologies. I mean, IoT, you go next door, you go to the exhibit floor, you see all kind of fancy application. Yesterday, I actually saw two interesting ones that I want to talk a little bit about. One was a shoe for the army to know where you are. Okay, great, somebody's idea. Is it a great idea? Maybe. If there is an emergency, you can press the shoe, the button on the shoe, and then it will call emergency, somebody to come help you. So a lot of people with a lot of ideas. Can they materialize this idea? Can this idea be what it is? Now, by the way, to really address that and make it useful, you will need, it has IoTs, you might need AI, you might need all the machine learning related things, which is really AI, blockchain, you need big data. Maybe at some point you put this in some other things, but you may need a lot of technology. They're already using 5G. So in essence, all these technologies to just solve simple problems. Another one that I saw, which was a bit actually cool, it was an induction burning trash incinerator. And then, of course, they put a lot of IoT sensors, LEDs, monitoring. By the way, do we need technology to solve everything? Sometimes we're overdoing it, right? It's overkill, right? So at the end of the day, we know that the SDGs can solve a lot of problems. So we can take some of these technologies, whether it's in education, health, agriculture, planet, I mean, anything related to the environment. You can do a lot of things. And these are some of the examples. So, 4IR, when you take the example of 4IR, the fourth industrial revolution, as most people like to call it, this was some study where it basically says 10 out of the 17 SDGs, technology will have an impact. I actually believe technology can have an impact on everything. It just depends how you build it together to make it happen. But this slide is just trying to tell you is that technology is essential for everything because technology helps us do something better. Technology is not going to be changing anything for us, but it's going to enable us to start thinking about doing things differently. So I'm going to transition a little bit to talk about what is future thinking. So future thinking, there isn't one future. How many futures did we just see there? Many, right? Are some of them conflicting? Possibly, right? There isn't one future. But I promise you, if you don't think about the future you want, somebody else will drive it for you. How many of you feel powerless in the world today? And I mean it, please don't be shy. Everything is going wrong in the world. How many of you feel powerless about some issue? Just don't be shy. Powerless, powerless, powerless. Thank you for your honesty. But you are powerless because everything around you, every signal, every news headline, everybody around you is telling you to be powerless. It's making you powerless. It's making you think that you don't have any control. You did articulate your dream for the future, for the SDGs. Now we will show you how to get there. At your level, what's the minimum you can do to get there? Future thinking is the most liberating thing you can do in your life. If you're a student, you're just starting, you think there is no job, there is nothing happening, and you're blaming everybody for your problem, with future thinking, you can get out of that loop, that mindset. Because you will have visibility. It's like going in a dark corner without a lamp. Suddenly, you see the end of the tunnel. My favorite author is Helen Keller. Does anybody know who Helen Keller is? You know Helen Keller? She wasn't born blind, but she was blind later. And she talks a lot about the world she lives in. And one of my favorite quote from Helen Keller is like, walking with a friend in the dark is better than walking alone in the light. Right? This is what we're talking about here. Can we eliminate it? Now, why is this important for futures? Futures basically has an impact on policy. If we do policy traditionally this way, we can do better. Yesterday, for those who were at the session, you heard them. Everybody say, things are changing. We need to do policy better. We need to do it much faster. Private sector was saying the same thing. We need to do a lot more. Academia was saying the same thing. We need to do a lot more. We cannot train specialists anymore. You're specialized in computer science. You're specialized in art. You said we need generalists, or we need interdisciplinary studies. The UNFPA guy was saying, we're doing this, but we need to plug the holes, the in-between. So this is where future thinking can really help make all of this better, because we can no longer anticipate, right? So future thinking in a VUCA world, which is a world that's very volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous, really allow organizations or individuals to be proactive, to understand what they don't understand that they don't understand, and to start taking a path. Would you like to go in a dark corner when you don't know what's there? But if you can figure out that in this dark corner, you can find snakes, crocodiles, sharks, everything, you will at least equip yourself with the right tools to cross it, because you know you have to cross it because you are being pushed in this dark corner. Will that empower you? So, yes, go ahead.
I want to share this anecdote that I love and establish why we're here in this room. It's on the screen as well. But this is when India was still colonized. The British said that there were too many cobras around in India, in Delhi. And they said that if anybody finds us, brings us these cobras that are basically around in the city, we'll give you a cash prize for it. And what happened, they were hoping that all the cobras will be eradicated, they'll have them captive and everything. What happened though, people started breeding cobras because they were expecting cash money. This is because they didn't think it through, how this could also negatively impact it. So there's a very funny story I find about this. And I feel that it establishes the context that of what we're trying to do later in this workshop today.
No, thank you for reminding of that. In fact, this demonstrates the anticipatory part of policy, because some policymakers say the way we're going to get rid of the cobras, we're going to give incentives. But they did not anticipate that the incentive will get people to breed cobras so they can get more money. So actually double the problem and triple the problem. That's why future thinking is super important.
I'm actually not surprised given how jugaad, the hack that we were talking about, how jugaadu India can be. This is bound to happen if they just asked an Indian probably when they came up with this idea.
Yeah. So the idea of future thinking is not new. By the way, future thinking has a long history. But for those who know a lot of sci-fi movies, sci-fi thinking, anybody know H.G. Wells? He's a bit of father of modern future thinking. Not future thinking, because future thinking really goes back to oral tradition, right? It's the first wave of future thinking was oral tradition. Somebody who will pass it down. Then the second wave, when we had writing, then people will start passing this knowledge, because the knowledge is power. It helps you make better decisions, right? But then as we go on, the world has gotten more complex, which means that you can no longer use the existing knowledge. You now have to start thinking completely different. And we'll talk a bit about that soon. So for us, I think the most important thing for us to talk about strategic foresight, which is the methodology and the process of future thinking, is to look at three things. We have what we call the ecosystem thinking, We have, which is the middle. Sense making is actually futures thinking, right? That's the futures thinking. Then we have design thinking, which is the human-centric approach to everything. And then we have systems thinking. So if you're going to change anything in the system, you need to anticipate what the impact will be. You need to understand how the system functions, and you need to ensure that the humans, some of which or whom we feel powerless, actually understand this, right? So, foresight. So foresight is the ability to plan for the future or the futures, right? Because there isn't one future. It's a systemic way to figure out where you're going. So if you are here today in the present, and we have a headline in 2030, there are many possible futures. Which one would you like to get to? There are others who will have futures that are counter to your futures. You need to know about them as well, right? Because they're plotting something you don't want. So future thinking is really a mix of mindset and methodologies that we will teach you that will allow you to get to this place that you want, or any place that you want, right? The funniest story about future thinking is that we were doing a workshop on future thinking not long ago in Lucknow, in Lucknow, in UP. And one of the participants, after the conversation about all the tools, he says, and I say, what is the best thing you learned about the tools? And he said, I wish I had learned future thinking to plan for my future wife. True story. That's just to tell you how flexible the thinking goes. But we're not here to talk about planning your future life. Well, not the private life, but we're here to talk about our collective life, which is the SDGs, okay? Udita, please feel free to add stuff if I... So staying ahead is really the purpose, right? So we can explore diverse potential, credible and alternative futures. We can identify undesirable futures. We can develop long-term resilient strategies, right? And there is a term out there today, it's called a futurist, right? It's actually a thing. I'm not a futurist, I'm just an ecosystem builder. Don't call me anything but an ecosystem builder, right? But there is something called futurist. It's really to help you see where you need to go and to help you get there. So what do we have? Oops. So strategic planning, which features strategic foresight help. We know that in business there is a lot of strategic planning. I think in our life as well, we have to do a lot of strategic planning. So in that way, as I explained, we need to know what we want to do, what we don't want to do. And there are many concepts out there. This is one of the concepts where it says, well, I explained that earlier. I say, you are here today. There are desirable features and there are undesirable features. How do you get there, right? The key dimension about the future is that you have what's called a pull of the future, right? You have the push of the present and the weight of the past. Statistics is the weight of the past, right? Right? Yes? You agree? The push of the present is what's happening today. That's what's pushing you. And then we have what's called the pull of the future. By the way, this is why you can feel powerless, because if somebody is not pulling you, if you're not pulling towards your own future, somebody will pull you towards the future they want, right? So, reimagining everything in an emerging future. This is actually a slide from Tata Consultancy Services, which tried to just plot a little bit of the technologies that's happening, and then to say what are some of the solutions that may be coming up, and then what it does mean in terms of some of the things that's happened in the environment, right? Technological, social, political, etc. But this is the power of really thinking through, trying to leverage technology to drive to the future you want. So our approach is a lot about co-creation, but most people who really as we discussed, future strategic foresight is a bunch of things. It's not just in this workshop, you will experience different techniques. One will be qualitative interview. So you have creativity, which is we ask you to think new stuff. One is expertise. You will need the knowledge that you have. One is the interaction that you get from all of that, and then the other one is the evidence, right? Because everything we do has to have some kind of evidence to drive it, right? So these are the different methods we will use in the process to drive the future you want.
Just to add, for those of you who've heard about strategic foresight or will read about it later after you go from our workshop today, it's not something new. It's not something Mo and I have created just for this workshop. It's something that has existed. There are various tools that already exist. There are various documents, reports that you can go through to see. There are various ways of doing foresight. There are multiple tools that you can use. What we've done here is we have looked at the many tools that are available and created some new one to create a sort of curated a select tools out of the many that are available, and we've created that are more practical for us to use in a non-academic way also. Because strategic foresight, the tools are often designed in a very academic approach. And we've tried to break it down in a simple way where you could, as he said, use strategic foresight as an exercise for anything that you want to do. You want to plan a vision for your organization, you want to plan a vision for the country, you want to set objectives for your company. You could use it in any way. So when you go back from here, you'll see many things about strategic foresight, many tools. We've just curated a few that we think will be relevant for them in the most practical way of applying it.
Yes, and we're hoping to show you how to do this in the SDG that you want out of the process today. So the workflow, we have what's called a couple of competencies that you will need to actually be able to do this. The first is what we call framing and scanning. Framing and scanning, framing signals, scanning for them, all this headline, making sense out of them, so you can then think of the next step. Once you're able to do that, you have to map this into some kind of driver, some kind of ways, some kind of structure that helps you. Then we have also visioning. You have to be able to vision what this means for you, right? Now, if you have this vision, then you also need to be able to transform it back, right? And last but not least, you need to manage this because this is not a one-off activity. It's actually something you have to do continuously, right? So for those, every time you apply for a job, what is some of the things they put on the job terms of reference? Ability to do analysis, trend research. That's what this thing is. That's the first one. Mapping and scanning and framing and scanning and mapping. That's what it is. So when you're applying for a job, they're testing you for your capacity to analyze, to articulate. So this is a bit beyond this, but at the end of the day, I'm just connecting it back to something you know, right? When we hire people for jobs in general, we look for competencies. So these are general competencies for strategic foresight. So these are very practical things that you can use, as I say, to plan your future wife or husband if you want, or anything you want. But we're here to talk about the SDGs. Any questions so far? Please feel free. Yes.
Good morning, sir. My name is Yakubu Duhu from Nigeria. There's something I saw, artificial narrow intelligence. So it has brought some confliction in my brain because I'm aware of artificial intelligence. But today is my first time of hearing artificial narrow intelligence. Please, can you kindly expatiate?
So I maybe let's table that conversation in one of the problem things we need to solve, then we'll come back to that because there are many, many technologies. And what I will tell you is that people love rebranding things, right? We love rebranding because we want to be the smartest person in the room, right? I talked about this yesterday. Everybody wants to be the smarter person in the room, but that's actually the problem that we have in the world today, right? Actually, all of these technologies, I don't care about the technology. You know what I care about? What problem do I want to solve? Do we need this artificial narrow intelligence, this wide intelligence, this smart intelligence? This doesn't matter. What problem? what's the context around that problem, how is the environment going to affect the problem we want to solve and get there, right? But we'll get to your question later. Any other questions? There is no right or wrong questions, I promise you. I don't know what I don't know, you don't know what you don't know. The only way we're gonna get there is to, none of us is the smartest person in the room, okay? Some of us are just more confident to articulate what we want than others, but all of you have the capacity to do that. Yes? Good? All right, so that's what it looks like, right? Now we have a lot of tools for each of these competencies areas that you need, but we're just gonna show you a few, right? And these competencies areas can make you a beginner or a super expert, right? So we just wanna show you the future you want to drive, whatever you want to do, how to think through it to get there. Think through it with people. I promise, you can do it alone, but trust me, you don't know what you don't know. Huh? You don't know what's waiting at a dark corner. Maybe you need somebody who has been in the dark corner who can tell you this corner is, there's something there, please. Right? And we'll show you how to think through this, okay? So these are the tools. So we'll look at the steeple, which is really looks at the environment. We scan for things in the environment. We'll do some kind of affinity grouping to map the trends. We will then move on to look at some driver mapping. And we'll look at how the scenarios and then all of that. And then the transforming, as well as the immersion, so you understand what this means for you. What should you do in the future? There are many, many other tools here. We won't have time for it. Like you can do things like road mapping, backcasting. You can do a lot of things in this, okay? And of course, managing all that. So, did you want to add anything to this? Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so can I ask you to fill up the tables in the front? Maybe we can take this table can be one table. We'll just assign different groups for the table because you need to do it as a group activity. It'll be good if you mix up, which means if all students are there, you'll only have student perspective. Come and sit with people who are here from the industry, who are here from other think tanks, so that you can get different perspective. Yeah. So just get up, find seats. Maybe we can have one table here. We can have one table there. And we can have one in this corner. So maybe just grab tables closer to the whiteboard.
So this is a test. This is a test. The test to get out of your comfort zone, to go talk to somebody else, and to converse, okay? If you know each other, you shouldn't be on the same table, okay?
And as Mo said, we're looking at different competencies that can add to the future thinking approach. If you all have the same competencies, you're not thinking out of your box enough.
Please go to different tables. Yes, you can one here, several, but let's do it up here.
Okay, so we have one table here.
Yeah.
And we'll probably just go around quickly to know if everyone's from different stakeholder groups here, not from the same group. So we have one here.
So I see that some people are still training the machine. Which will replace you? The people on the phone?
Okay. They are from the helping team, so that's understandable.
You can come.
So we have 4 groups here, right? 1, 2, 3, 4 then. Okay.
Okay, so 1, 2. We have an art group there, which should probably move.
Are you also in the workshop? Yeah. Please.
Yeah, they could move here. We have a
You
board
can
here.
choose any of the 3 tables that we have here. 1, 2, 3, 4 actually.
Yeah. All right, so the first rule is make sure you know each other's name. Yes? And where you're from, maybe. Yes. right, so here we are going to talk about the framing and scanning, trend analysis, all of that stuff. We started with a bunch of headlines. By the way, we're inundated with these headlines, right? We need to sort out through this. Otherwise, you are being brainwashed. There is something actually called your colonized future. Because you don't understand what's happening. Let me give you an example. Yesterday, we had a discussion about a bunch of things that needs to change. Like, for example, how we teach. Let me give you like one of my favorite pet peeve called Ricardo's theory of comparative advantage, which has colonized most of us into competing or saying because you produce economically something in the low value chain, you should continue doing that. We produce the value chain on the top, we should just exchange. You're taught this in school. What does it do for your economy? You will always be at the bottom of the value chain. You're not driving the higher value chain. I can go on, and there are millions of things that we're taught in school that you should question everything. This is our colonized future, right? We're made to believe some things and we just accept them in our mental models or as metaphors when we have not done the thinking. By the way, we're human beings, we're super lazy, right? We're super lazy. We just want to be told stuff. But if you're just told stuff and you follow, guess what? You're going to find yourself in that dark corner. So that's where we're going to get some help here. So, if you don't know where you are going, you may end up somewhere else, right? Unpacking the known versus the unknown. I don't know what I don't know, but I promise you, I can come on this table, I can ask you 10 questions, I will know everything about you that I need to know. Just 10 questions. We can do the test online because I don't want to do it publicly, right? Just through that conversation. But if I do that with a whole village, guess what? I will know a lot more that nobody else knows, that nobody else actually bothered knowing. Because we all live, by the way, if we know something, what do? We just do. We do something. We don't think about it. We say if we think we know, we just do. But what if we start questioning everything we know? What you know that you don't know? You know that you don't know something. What do? You try to know, right? You go do some research. Maybe you monitor. We talk to the statistics. We monitor. We figure out where it is, right? There is something called what you know. No, what you don't know that you know. Sorry, we're missing a part here. It's what you don't know. Yeah, what you don't know that you know, right? Do you know what that is? It's the gut feelings. It's your gut feelings. When you have anxiety on something, why you have the anxiety? The thoughts has not come crystally in your mind, but every signal in your brain and your memory is fighting to surface up. That's why you're having anxiety. That's the last one is what you don't know that you don't know. There's nothing you have to do. You just have to, you can do the research. We can do some scanning. That's part of the research. You can do stuff, but at the end, you don't know what you don't know, so you have to start planning scenarios. If this happened, that happened, this happened, that happened, this happened, that happened. By the way, the machines are much smarter at this than us. I see some people on their phone. They're training the machine. They're training the machine. The machine is smarter than us. I promise you. The only way to control the future is to start thinking through these mechanics, right? So understanding signals, trends, and drivers. So what we have, signals are things that you can observe, things that you hear, right? Then below that, you can sort of figure out trends, issues, things that, large-scale patterns that can start telling you, okay, these signals happen so many times, there is something going on here, right? And drivers actually are deep trends that cut across many, many topics, right? So if you are told in a job, I need to do trend research, that's what you have to go, right? You have to go figure out the trends, you have to go figure out better. You have to take that, do your research, find the structure, and then find bigger assumptions. So for the problem you want to solve, we have to start somewhere, so we have to get this, right? So now, there's so many technologies in the world changing. We say technology will change everything. I don't believe technology can change everything. I believe technology has a role. We go with the hype of the technology. At some point, there is stability on what the hype and the reality is. Most of us just go with the hype. Again, you led to the dark corner. But some point, we have to solve this, right? Okay. Sorry, I think the technology knows I'm talking about the technology, so it's not cooperating. So, humans are hooked. How many of you are on your computers, by the way? Right now, right now. Anybody on the phone? Anybody has been on the phone while we were in this session? Yes. Do you know what you were doing? You're training the machine. You're training the machine. Do you know what happens when a kid comes and wants to play with their parents, wants to do peekaboo? Do you know what they're doing? They're trying to learn from you. What are you doing? Instead of teaching your kid or your cousin or your nephew, what are you doing? You're teaching the machine. This is very bad. I mean, this is the world we live in, right? Now, this is how humans engage. Silos, right? We engage in silos, bureaucracies. We don't talk to each other. This is how the machine operates. Neural networks. This concept comes from you training your brain muscles to have this ability to think future, to have this ability to really not be paralyzed. You have a dream. Why can't you use your brain to get to that dream? Why do you feel paralyzed? Why do you go back and blame the bureaucracy? If we're not careful, we will live in a world that we don't want. And some people will say that we have crossed that threshold already. But I believe that there is always hope in humanity. What we do today as policymakers, as entrepreneurs, as innovators, as academics, as researchers, will determine the future we want. Will determine the world we want to live in, which we define globally as the SDGs, right? And this cannot just be a slogan. So let's figure out how to take steps. So events, this is what you see. This is something we just grab from news, right? India overtakes China to become the world's most populous countries. Great. That's demographic trends happening. But then what? Helium balloons brings mobile connectivity to Mozambique. At some point, there was the Google Looms and all those other things. Great, something happening with technology. Okay, Zimbabwe election disinformation. By the way, this happened with everywhere. We actually had there is another one, Cambridge Analytica. Everybody knows Cambridge Analytica? That's the company that was getting data from Facebook to manipulate the US election. Fake news, real news, but they know your behavior. They know how to turn this emotion of yours to act. You're training. You're telling the machine everything it needs to know about you. Disruptive digital era demand a higher education rethink. Yesterday we heard this. We heard the whole discussion about we cannot teach specialists anymore. We have to teach interdisciplinary. We heard policymakers saying they need to do more. This is happening. We really have to change everything we do and we know. AI arm race highlight the urgent need for responsible innovation. By the way, you know the funny story, the people who created OpenAI, right? And this was OpenAI was created by some guy called Sam Altman, right? Or one of them. He now wants to create a company that's going to scan your eyeballs so that he can know who is real human and who is not a machine. By the way, this eye scanning of your eyeball is happening without any government say. Some government woke up and said, no, this is a problem. So it's great. You create a problem. Now you create another problem to say you're solving the problem, and then you're going to create another one. You may go for it. You say, I will absolutely get my eye scanned because I don't want to be confused with the machine. But you have no idea what you're doing when you do that. We have to think through. You create a problem, and then you create another problem to say this is a solution, and then you keep going and going. This is what strategic foresight and strategic thinking gets you to think about. Okay, so the first tool we will use is called a steeple. Udita, you want to give the instruction for this?
Sure. So just to go back to the previous slide, if you remember the headlines that we saw, while they were many of them had cross-cutting impact, you would also have been able to see that some of them had a social element to it, some had technological, some had more environment angle to it. This is what we're trying to do here. We're trying to understand what are the different social, technological, environmental, economic, political, legal, and ethical, or values, the factors that impact where you're headed. So because we're in a session with SDG focus, we're going to use that now to get into our activities. We want you to think as a group of as many factors as you can think of across these 7 pillars and come up with those factors and place them on your flip charts. So we'll help you with the how to do part of it. But you really need to think about what are the different social factors that affect SDGs. For example, population growth, demographic, gender imbalance, education levels. These are all different social factors. Health, again, different social elements. Go ahead.
Yeah, so very simple. First, we need to figure out if we want to assign some table to SDGs, so we make it very specific. Second, you're reading all the signals out there. So what we're asking for, what signals do you see? And you will write that down in a post-it, then we'll put all the signals, then we'll be able to determine what it's saying, right? That's what Udita said, factors, but we're looking for things you're saying. For example, when you're talking about SDG on education, somebody may say, now MOOCs are prominent, AI is changing MOOCs. Whatever signals you see, we want to understand all those signals. So we can go from signal to trends to drivers. So that's the objective of this tool. So we'll leave it flexible. We would like to maybe get each group to take an SDG, to think through the different dimensions, the social, the technological, the environmental, the economic, the political, the legal, and the ethical, to come up with ideas and put them on a post-it.
So you have flip charts on your tables. We want you to use your markers to just split the flip chart into these 7 sections, social, basically the steeple pillars, and you can just decide as a group what SDG you want to solve for. So whoever calls an SDG first, you take that SDG, and the others decide what SDGs are left, and they can choose which SDG to solve for. For the rest, maybe what we'll do is if we choose an SDG now, for the rest of the activities that we will do, you can focus on that particular SDG. Ideally, we would want at least 6 people per table, per round table. It would be nice, again, I'm just re-emphasizing, if there are different people, different stakeholder groups on the table, having all students on one table or having all industry people on one table might not give you like a diversity in the thoughts that you can come up with today. So we'll just request you now, if you haven't already chosen a table, to just move around, find a table, and you can start drawing on your flip chart. First, introduce yourselves to your team members, because you'll be on this table for a while now. They should know your names.
And if you don't know the SDGs, there you go. There you go. So pick your SDG, agree to which SDG per table, and then we'll move back to the slide. Which SDG you want? You can pick anything. You can have two SDGs of the same, it doesn't matter. Two groups thinking of the same thing is better than one.
Okay, so there's capacity for more people on this table. Can we have somebody join in from the back?
Yeah, please. And he's training the machine over there.
Sustainable cities. What do you want to choose?
Right. So that's 11.
You will need one per table. Zero hunger.
11 is taken. SDG 11 is taken. SDG 2 and 3 are also taken. आपका 3 है ना? Yes.
It's so informative.
Maybe we'll just take everyone's email address, figure out a way to share it with you. That will be perfect. Just give me 1 minute, I'll show that slide again. This is which SDG?
Sorry? For quality education.
There are too few people on this for it to be called a group. It's a... You can choose your SDG, impose on them, that's fine. But if you can move here.
So are we ready? Okay, so draw this on the canvas. Yes? We just, oh, sorry. Yeah, so, okay, so draw this on a big one, yeah. Draw this on a big flip chart, okay?
Just split your chart paper into these 7 cells like this.
Yeah.
So basically replicate this on your flip chart. And then use sticky notes to put in the factors. For example, demographic here, health here. Use the sticky notes for the answers, because we're asking you to use the sticky notes, because in the next exercise, we will use these sticky notes and place them on another tool probably. So put the answers on sticky notes, but the canvas or the outline on the flip chart.
Yeah. So you have a good idea of the canvas, right? Just draw this. Yes? So now we want you to put down all the signals that you see regarding to each of these topics, right? And to put it simply, a social factor is basically, those are signals that are implicating, it's at the bottom. Can we read this? I need glasses, but demographic characteristic, attitudes of population, aging, or youthfulness, growing, stagnant thinking, how healthy, educated, and socially mobile people, how do they feel about their job prospect, anything that are social factors that you see, you can put it down, okay? And you will know these social factors because you would have read a lot of information on news that you will know. You have them, right? So we just want you to put down the factor, okay?
You can come up with these factors individually, but we also want you to tell your group members why you're putting it down.
Yeah.
So you don't have to agree on the same, but just ensure that everyone knows why you're putting something down. You have time till 12 noon for this activity, so we'll give you about 20 minutes to come up with as many factors as you can across your different SDG groups.
And please use one post-it per idea. Don't write 20 things in a post-it, okay? They're free. I will not charge you. You can even take the pen afterward if you want.
We'll go around the table so that if you have any questions, we can help you.
Is it clear? That SDG, yes. And go through all the pillars that way. And we can have several, okay? We're just gonna see if we see a trend because of all the factors, and then we'll get to the drivers later, okay? Yes. Yeah, you can. You can go take a photograph. You can take a photograph of anything happening here, except maybe people if you want to ask them. Yeah, go take it. Yes, I took it. It's not clear. It's very small. Yeah. So if you're struggling to read like me, go take a picture, come back, and do your work. Is that clear? Go take a picture of the canvas.
The expected outcome that you see in one of the sections is the SDG that you're trying to solve.
Yeah.
Expected outcome is to solve the SDG 15.
Yeah. So context part, you can slip to just doing this thing here, and then the expected outcome is your SDG, okay? So can you read the stuff that's there? Okay, you sure? Wow, you have good eyes. Can you read what's underneath? Okay, you might want to go read that because that gives you a hint to explain a bit more about this, okay? So you can take a picture. Can you read everything there? Even underneath? You have good eyesight. I can. Yeah. So context is just what we're doing here. It's this workshop, the power session. The outcome is the SDG you pick. Is you're trying to determine the factors related to the SDG you picked, okay? Huh? Yeah. Well, it could be applicable only here also, because if you want to solve for here, that's fine, because you will have a very specific context for the SDG here versus there, but you have other people from different parts, so think the world. That's not important. The point is to learn the tool, how it drives the outcome. Then you can redo this for your community alone if you want.
You need to write it on the sticky notes because we move the sticky notes later to another slide. So don't write it on the flip chart. The canvas should be drawn here. Your headings are fine. Now use one sticky note per idea.
Are we clear here?
Malnutrition
Yes. Which SDG you pick?
So one sticky note per
15.
item.
Okay. Which one is 15? Okay. There's a lot to do there. Yeah, so you could draw the canvas or just make sure that you give me points per pillar, right? You can do it anyway. I think this post-it are frankly small, so you can just do 3. So you can put 1, 2, 3, so you can have lots of it, and then you can use 2 of them to put the other. You know what I mean? But that's up to you. They need the SDG. For? What is for? I don't know. Which one? Okay. Okay, but are you clear on what to do? Okay. Yeah, factor that, yeah, the category or the SDG, exactly. Yeah, we can give you a copy of. By the way, this is typical. This is a headline. Like, what does this headline means, right? I can read this. This is how we're inundated with information. Okay, so India Telecom holds a high. Okay, that's okay. Why is India doing this? You need a little bit more on this context to know that there's a lot of young people there who are creating the future, creating innovation. So there's something that happening. That what does this impact? Is that relevant to your SDGs? Possibly. You could go there and find that India is promoting very specific, or that there are very specific innovators working on the SDG that you want. That's a factor, right? That the government is spending money to get people to work on. Again, I'm saying any headline. You can start reading in between the line what it means. We just want to figure it out within your context. What does it mean, right? The SDG 4. So we're good here? Okay. Are we good here? So everybody has picked an SDG, right? So I can change to the canvas? Okay. Whichever works. We should just have that SDG slide closer to it. That's it. All right. Okay. So if there is any question, please don't hesitate. Huh? I promise you, even I don't know. Like every time I do this, I learn more from you than you learn from me. I promise you. Oh, that's fine. Yeah. And it's SDGs. Did you see the headlines? I want to see of the future. So what? So you know each other by now, right?
Yeah.
What is his name? Good. Okay.
You like to push people in the dark corner.
Well, yes, but I'm equipping you to go in the dark corner.
Yeah.
That's the point. I'm teaching you how to go in the dark corner, not push you, but teaching you.
Yes, so that you get to know what is there.
Exactly, and you don't feel powerless. You know, the feeling of powerlessness is what's creating a lot of hopelessness in the world, and we need to change this. We're not, we're just getting brainwashed into this. We need to step out of this. So, yeah, the expected outcomes is what are you focusing on? The context is typically when we do this in a study or something, we'll just capture. Because if you do this so many times, so many places, you have to say why you're doing this exercise. By the way, we actually put a lot of these tools online. It's just that we did not know the capacity here to get people to actually go online to put everything so you can see all of your work in one place. You lost two people. Where did they go? It's coming back, okay. Training the machine, okay. Training the machine, okay. Which will replace you. That's what you're doing. Yeah. To learn to fish, like you can go Google about people events because you can't give enough information here, but you can do that. That's a good use of the machine. So if anything is unclear, please do not hesitate, okay? No. My what?
Talking about you.
Yeah. Oh, about me.
Can you share your card also?
Well, you can scan me, and they can look me up on LinkedIn to
Your business card?
I don't have a business. You know, I stopped having business cards since before COVID. It's like, I'm going there next month. Okay. Yeah, so you can contact me here, but you can also contact me on LinkedIn. It's on LinkedIn. It's just Mo, M-O-E. Last name is B-A, same. And M-O-E, B-A. Last name is B-A. B-A. B-A is the last name on LinkedIn. And if you want, I can give you my phone number as well. +41 79 564 4883. Switzerland. And in case you're wondering where I'm from Mali. Your neighbor. Almost. How are we doing? Okay? So this is a warm-up. But please, any idea, put them down, discuss, share. Are we doing good here? Legal factors. So, for climate change, let me see.
Okay, okay.
Okay. So the fact that, for example, in Europe they start shutting electric vehicles down on everybody's road is a legal thing because they're forcing everybody to this, right? That we're starting creating this whole shenanigan about carbon trading. Legal type, you know what is that, right? Those are all legal things that they're forcing on people, right? And there's many, many more, right? Suddenly, actually, right? Those sort of things are legal factor or buses, electric, having more trains running, all of that. So you see all the factors are happening, and it could be a lot more, right? So, and yeah, there's all kinds. And ethical, I mean, ethical is ethical. Right? Don't do it to others, but you wouldn't want others to do it to you. That within this context. By the way, if you don't know some of these, you all have devices. You can just Google. No, but you're actually benefiting from the machine. Yeah, but you get my point. You can just Google legal fact of climate change. It's not cheating, but it's just this is how you should use the machine to augment ourselves. Or you can even go on OpenAI and ask ChatGPT. But you will have to quantify and qualify that. You have to believe that, not just because you're saying it, right? So I was asked by some people what legal was. I said legal, it was related to environment. I said the fact that, for example, government says all taxis should have a natural gas. That's a legal thing, right? There could be others. There could be this thing about somebody instituting this carbon trading rule or some, those are, can all be, right? But, and then I say, if you really don't know what you don't know, there's one way to try to know, but don't make sure your future is not colonized when you do that. You can go look Google, you can ask ChatGPT. However, chances are that they will colonize your future because I promise you, has anybody done an exercise to use DAL-E, which is the image generator of OpenAI? And you say, DAL-E, please give me an image of Bangalore, or let's say it's Bangalore, to say like a village in rural India in the 2050 where everything is technology. You know what they will do? They will take the bias data that they have and they will just put solar panels and things like this. That's colonized future. When you accept that, it's colonized future. So that's why I say you have to judge. This is what I'm talking about. But you can at least get some indication, but don't accept the indication if you don't believe, because somebody has decided that rural India in 2050, with all the technology in the world, has to look like this. Because the machine has been trained to colonize your future. This is the danger about the machine. If we don't put the narratives we want, that future will be colonized because you're accepting that now as facts. This is the danger. It's based on some colonizing, exactly. And whatever is actually going to come, yeah. Is it too different? Yes, absolutely, it can be. If you don't think, it will be what they showed you. I mean, this is what people call biases, and I can, in this case, I just call it colonized future because you're accepting that. You're not saying no, the rural future of India that I want is beautiful, where there's balance. Maybe we have very little technology. That's for you to do. It's not for the machine to tell you. And once you do more and more, and then you start feeding that information to the machine, the next time you prompt the machine will have that feature. But if all the data the machine has received is from somewhere else feature, what does it do to you? You colonize. You are colonized. You are recolonized by the machine, not anymore by state, but by the machine.
Somebody must have felt that there will be solar panels in every village.
No, because everything they see is the image that they project today. Today, if you go in villages, what are they trying to do? They're putting solar panels, they say this is things. So when you're telling the machine project me 20, 50 years, he does not know the scenario. He's just giving you the and when you accept that backward story, your future is colonized. So you are colonized now by the machine. No longer by a state, by the machine. This is what I talk about, colonized future. Be careful what you wish for. We don't want to have our futures colonized by anybody. No machine, no state, no people. We want to drive this future ourselves. So are we doing good here? Okay, but by the way, these are two small GDP growth what? Give me a bit more context. This context, right? When I say, I don't know, I give you an example. I say, Indian people, what Indian people from UP love food or have the best food. I'm just making that up. You get my point? Give me a bit of context. Because I cannot do much with this. That's just a date. I need a context around it. Okay? And please give me a bit of context and just a word. Intent for change, what's the context? Change for good, for bad, what's the context? Put a bit context. The example I just gave it, I say Indian people. That's nothing. When I say Indian people from UP states, especially Lucknow, have the best food, that's context. Whether you believe that or not, that's a different story. That's the context. Yeah. I can't qualify as the best, but you get my point. Bit context.
Times, if you can quickly do this,
Yeah, so it's good. I like that you have added a bit context, but systemic biases, that's good. Yes. Give me a bit more context. What is the meaning of it? Okay. And same as political debate. What? Give me context. It's doing what? It's good, bad, ugly, getting uglier. Give me context, okay? Same for digital literacy. Okay, just a point here. When you say education, gender, culture, what's the context? Education is improving because government is doing this. That's context. Okay.
do we need to write context as well?
Yes. Otherwise, how do I know what this is? I need context, right? Because with the context, I can determine whether it's a trend, there's a direction to the trend, there is a signal. You see my point? Please give context, okay? All of them. We need some context. Otherwise, I don't know. I was right? Say that. Everything is interrelated. Right, the context. Yeah. The point I have no doubt. What is this point? What is the context? I need the context. Does that make sense? Because if I can't read, I will not be able to find out. Okay? So you have context, that's good. Yeah, you guys have context, that's good. Excellent. It's the oldest UN agency in the world. 1865 is when the IT was formed. It joined the UN system after the UN was formed, and it's a specialized agencies of the UN for ICTs. Whenever you use your phone, whenever you do video conferencing, you have a standard from ITU or you have a license agreement between member states from ITU. 3G, 4G,
So just so you know, we're not holding you off from lunch. Lunch starts only after 12:30. So we'll do one more quick activity before we let you go for lunch.
there has to be somebody coordinating resources and coordinating digital connections. That's ITU. It's the little unknown agency of the UN, but which has significant impact on your life. Just like we said, we have national regulators, so ITU is the international regulator. Okay, so we're going to, okay. All right, so I ask everybody to make sure their bullets has context, right? Context. Now, what we want you to do, okay, so, and the reason why I'm asking you for context, what we see here is typically we have events, right? Headline is an event, right? But the headline can turn into a signal. So the factors that you're trying to do, right, are signals that you're putting out, right? But when we start grouping similar signals together, that has a direction, they create a trend. But for us to do that, now we will ask you to start grouping things that are similar, that are saying the same thing together. It's called affinity grouping. Anybody heard this term before, right? Affinity grouping. Things that have an affinity with each other. Now, the way we will do this, we will start with a blank canvas because we ask you for the signal in various pillars, social, economic, etc., etc. But now what we want you to do is to look at all those signals you have and to group the ones that are similar or impacting, creating some kind of trends in one group and another group and another group. So just simple affinity grouping. Is it clear? Okay, I'll give you an example. I shouldn't use this one. Give me a good one because I was gonna use Donald Trump.
Data collection, data protection, more apps.
Okay, you go for it because mine is not pretty.
So, for example, there was one of these tables I was there where we were discussing data protection because data is being collected. I think this is this table. And so if you had to, data collection was going under the technological pillar of steeple. Data protection laws were going under legal. And then you needed something like let's say an Aadhaar where you're collecting, again, data for different reasons. So those three sticky notes become one cluster.
Yeah.
Basically, anything that's related to each other
Yeah.
will become a cluster, which also has, let's say, same example, led to more access to healthcare if it was related to it, if you're discussing health. So that becomes one cluster. Anything that's related to each other across the 7 pillars becomes one cluster, which is what we're calling affinity grouping.
Yeah.
So
Does
look
that
at what
make
are
sense? Yes. Yeah, but that's fine. But okay, so we're trying to detangle a system. We're actually analyzing the system. We know that everything in the system is connected. What we have done is we say, to understand what's happening in the system, let's take a subsystem called political. What's happening there? Technological. What's happening there? Because you can think of the subsystem, you can think of the signals. Now, for us to understand the system, we need to understand how some of them are connected. Right? So that will tell us how this subsystem is connected to this subsystem is connected to this subsystem. Then later on, that may tell us the trend. Now with the trend, we have an analysis, right? For example, I can say one example is, I'll take all rulers. For example, Donald Trump. Donald Trump is, whatever you can think of it, Donald Trump get to power because he likes to push a certain political agenda, popular, whatever. Hugo Chavez, who is no longer in power, was also pushing the popular trend. So the populism. Now, if Donald Trump and Hugo Chavez and somebody else, then I say the trend, the things, these signals are related. But the group that they belong to is maybe a group of leaders who like to push populism. You see but we have to, but again, this different countries, different contexts, but it's a trend together. So the same thing we try to do with this subsystem is to get the signals from the subsystem. Now we need to group them at a level where they're connected.
And you
That's
can
how you come up with trends.
And you can label each of those clusters. Like what is that trend that you've identified through that grouping? So for example, he said populist agenda is because you've connected 3 sticky notes. So you take another sticky note of a different color that you probably don't have on your flip charts and write political leaders with populist agendas, for example.
And in the case Udita started with on your table, I could even add more. I could add that there is a lot of signals about data breach. There is a lot of signal about people getting misusing this information. That trend is what? That trend is that maybe increased data is not safe and creating this, right? It's a trend. It has a direction. Increasingly, blah, blah, blah. That's a group, right? So that's the idea.
So we'll
subsystem, then systems, and then we'll see. We break the system down.
We'll come around to your tables to help, but you have 20 minutes now if you want to go for lunch at 12:30. So you already have the sticky notes in front of you. Use another flip chart sheet, draw in a blank canvas for affinity grouping, and then move those sticky notes to the new flip chart.
Yeah. So again, we are doing what's the part of what we call now system mapping, right? We're mapping the system around the SDGs and how that system function. So we started breaking down the environment of the system. The system exists. We found some signals. Now we're going to see if those signals can create a trends. And then from the trends later, we will do something, okay? So are we good? So now, yes, now you can group in whatever you think they make a sense, right? Across the factors.
So then you can move around and move the cluster. This becomes the affinity.
Of course, if you have more signals, you will be able to group a lot more. That's why having a lot of ideas helps, because they help you see the multiple signals across all the factors or all the pillars. So are we clear here? Where is your original data? Where is it? Okay. Okay, so what you need is to create a blank canvas and just to take this and group them in, just group, yeah, it's the same. Into groups, Create a new, you can actually, you can just, so what do they relate to each other? So let's take a look at what you have. So you have GDP growth target. Okay, you know what I like to do? You like puzzles? You just solve puzzles. What goes together? Regardless of what they go. This is in fact how I do it. It's puzzles. Right? Connectivity of village leaders have a skill. Okay, this is about dedication, growth, and target achievement. Okay, that's about some targets.
Whatever you think
Education.
sort of
This
makes
is about education.
cluster
This
related.
is about education.
Sustainable source of energy
This,
like
okay.
solar, political
Inclusion of life skills. This is about education.
medical what? Bias.
Okay, that is
Mission green
education and
energy.
GDP.
So
Because, okay, right to fundamental skills. Okay, so this is maybe policy. Quality of teaching. So leaders will
AI
have
for innovation, AI for
skills
solving
and
problems,
teachers. Maybe that's related. Inclusion of life skills. This is curriculum related. Without education, skill, knowledge, only unskilled jobs can be contributed to. So, yeah, GDP. Gender equality. This is about connectivity to village. So there's something about we need more connectivity to get to the content as the content, right? This is about content. Class, environment, I don't know. But you get the point? Right of education, this is legal. Where is this? Yeah, I know, but how?
Right, which means that
Willingness of quality teachers to serve. This is some kind of mindset. Costless, cashless society. By the way, what you did, you tried to find only signals on education. There would have been other signals on
but
education
you
that
can
you
also
have not
leave it to
put. You
this.
have not put signals on
It
technology.
says innovation, I don't know what this
Which
means.
signals on technology did you put?
Economic maybe.
I could have said that.
Economic growth, economic
Online
disparity.
education and pervasive
अगर
education
economic
is
growth होगी,
there's so many infrastructure for digital education.
there should be social.
Digital learning to be. Okay, so
Economic growth होगी
where
तो
is it?
social disparity नहीं होगा.
Infrastructure. Okay, so this seamless connectivity, so that's fine. Growth goal for carbon, what is it? Carbon free. What is this? So there is curriculum, there is people mindset. Carbon free environment. Yeah, but what is the carbon
हाँ, तो
free
clusters देखो
ecosystem?
timely justice.
Education infrastructure to be created within a
See,
carbon
अगर
free
religious harmony
environment,
है, तो division on the basis of religion will not be a cluster. We are like.
whether it is digital or it is physical.
No problem.
We also need to keep a tab on the environment, carbon footprint of creating the infrastructure for education.
So you care about carbon footprint for education. So okay, so where do you want to put? How is that
But if
related?
now you
That's
look at
related
what
to
are the
what?
patterns that you can pick. For
Yeah, I know it's
example,
related to environment. But
data protection.
what other things?
We were thinking like this, see, let's say we have government schemes. So
government can revolve around the age structure or the gender. So we are trying to look like this. Is it okay?
Okay. Fair enough.
And also create the infrastructure with a smaller carbon footprint.
Okay, so I will put that here because it's infrastructure. That's one driver. It's all the things related to driver. Okay, a driver of infrastructure. The type of infrastructure you need. You need carbon free. There needs to be seamless connectivity. There needs to be. So that's one big thing. Okay. Data creation. This is content. Curriculum. These are people. Right? This is about people. Gender equality is about people. Right? Cashless society with class. Okay, what is this? Explain it to me.
So let's say आपका private hospitals बढ़ रहे हैं.
Okay, this is all about leadership in education, right? The driver to the people willingness and access.
अगर आपका private funding बढ़ रहा है, जैसे private बढ़ रहा है, इसका मतलब है कि health care quality हो सकता है improve हो, जो technology private sector ला सकता है, public sector नहीं ला पाता है कभी-कभी.
Why cashless?
So privatization of hospital means there will be more better quality of healthcare, but it also means that there may be less affordable.
So you mean free?
हर कोई private hospital नहीं afford कर
Free is
सकता,
different.
हाँ? So that
Than
becomes like
cashless,
privatization
right?
can lead to
Can we write
this,
free?
but it can also have an implication.
It's
That
free,
becomes one
right?
cost. Like what
So
would be the impact
that's
of
the cost of
privatization of
education,
healthcare, for
right?
example? वो आपका एक हो गया. ये आपका ठीक है, but you'll have to just put a little bit more context
Remuneration
about
for
what is
quality
it that you're trying to
teachers.
solve for. Similarly, transparency, data protection, misuse of data collection. So ये आपका जो trend दिखा रहा है कि there is increase in data being
Yeah, so
collected, which
this
is why
is
you're
the
coming up with all of those
investment in
things. So that becomes the
education.
second cluster.
Right to education, this is the same. You see, these two are related. I don't know which they come from different, but they're related. Without education and skill, and I'm only showing, okay, these are all jobs.
इसको आप फाड़ लो,
Skilled
easier
people
होगा.
not
Tear the
available
sheet,
to
put it here,
unskilled
and then
manpower.
use the
Okay,
other
this
sheet
is
so that
all
it
jobs.
is coming back.
Peaceful
Mo has been here, right? He's
coexistence
helped
on
you.
men. What is this?
Mo came here to help.
And men and mammals. How is that related to education?
Okay. So peaceful coexistence.
10 more minutes for the grouping.
Basic various community man, so that the environment is an enabling one.
Okay,
Rather than that of jealousy or.
Make sure you label your groups also. What does that group talk about? Like if I had to read one sticky note that explains all the 4 that you have in your group, what is that label you will give? That label will be your trend. The grouping will give you one label.
Segregation of communities. If you're a Hindu or a Muslim or whatever.
That's for access to education.
No. So enabling environment for education. So it will come with people. The people should be in such a way.
Okay, so this is the access part, right? It's access of people to the and also to the resources of education and also to the equity of education because these two are related, right? If you say this, and the leaders, so it's really the equity in, okay, it's people related. Again, there's no right one way to do this, but I want us to agree what this means. This blocks means it's about infrastructure. Best quality infrastructure is available. This is about content. What are we teaching? Right? This is about money, funding, incentives. This is all incentives, right? And this driver is about the growth, the impact.
Again, the legality part of it.
Yeah, but unskilled is, that means you won't get GDP. It's like, which group is this? The thing is, we have to reduce the groups to something. We can reduce to bigger groups. There's no problem. We can just say that you have three big groups. But it's for you to say, what's the connection? I can say, for example, we have a big equity problem here. First, not all communities have the same access. Second, or quality, which is related to this, by the way. Not all people, and also even the quality, the leadership is also there, yeah. Right? So you can say this is all about equity in education, equity of and access in education. You can say this is about what we're educating people. You can say this is about the infrastructure we make available to education. You can say this is about the money and funding to education, right? And if you really want, you can group these two to say if we don't do these two, this is the outcome. We're not spending enough money because we're not going to get jobs, we're not going to get growth, we're not going to get easy. So this is simplifying the models, right? So in that sense, you will have four critical drivers, but it's up to you because you know this contextually. You know technology, all these things you are putting is related to drivers and access and use of enabled technology. This is the people that are in education. This is the content. There's what's happening in this content. The content, we heard this actually, this content is very outdated, it's not changing fast enough, it's not getting the, we need
it's not industry specific or
exactly. So
industry
you can even add more points now. This is the group thinking. You can add more points. If you agree this is a group, you can add more points, right? There's no right or wrong way to do it, but this is clear. This is about access to teachers, to people, to leaders, to communities. This is the access, right? This is clearly the infrastructure, and this is clearly about like how we fund this whole thing. It's about money, and we're not investing, we're not going to get the outcome. We want the outcome. This is you to figure out the drivers, right? That's it. So you can add more. Now that you have this group, you can do a new thing. Does that make sense? Yeah. And then you can label this group. What is this? Right? And those are your trends. Right? If this trend goes, continue going this way, if this trend continue going like, and then we can say, okay, how do we make this trend go this way? This is the resimplification. But you can add more. If these are the four you want, and then label the group. Okay? Yeah, we will get the email of everybody, and then we'll send us. All right. Yeah. So I got the other one right. One question. Yeah. That's fine. Hello. Nice meeting you. Yes, excellent. He was actually to a lot of people. Well, yeah, that's the root next.
There's something wrong with their app also, they're not listed in the room today. Some confusion. No, this is the first half of the conversation. So we've done the easy tools so far, like the warming up exercises, how to think about it, warming up exercises, and now we're going to get maybe I think we'll break it first, but अभी उसकी palabras पूछे मुझे session में whatever some order. So we have about for us at our office, we have one plus what test
I take a selfie, sir, which is over.
So I would suggest you can come back after lunch where we'll summarize what we've done. Then we'll take on from the lunch. We'll summarize after. So lunch is from 12:30 to 1:30. I believe you have a blue badge, right? There you go. So if you leave from the room, that will be when you have.
let me mute my colleague.
I'm too loud. I think they can hear me. So is it clear? We come back at 1:30.
The lunch call, if you have a blue delegate badge, then you exit these doors and take the first right towards the lunch. So that call, I know, brown.
All right. So everybody came here this morning trying to solve an SDG, right? Yes? You all put your dreams there, right? And then half of you dropped out. How can we save the world like this? Question, right? I mean, how do we save the world if the world doesn't want to save itself? Okay, that's the rhetorical question. But. So I think this is fine. Well, I'm sure some will come back. They're probably getting their nap, like the Spain people in Spain will do after lunch. I still have faith in humanity, you know. We have to have faith. Okay, so I think you have a good grouping, right? Now you have two of them, right? You have two groups merging here, which means you have how many trends? 1, 2, 3, 4 trends. What happened? What is your trend? You have 6 trends. Yes, so these clusters are your trends. I want you to report out on them, all of them. Over there, how many trends or groups do you have? 3. Perfect. So 3, 6. How many? Okay, what SDG are you? Climate change 13. SDG? 3? 3, 11. Okay, so we have SDG 3, 11, and 13, right? Okay, so all right. Do we want to go with 3 SDGs or 2? Okay, would you like to do that? So after this discussion, you go with 1 and they go with 1. Yes? So we decided to drop out how many SDGs? 17, so 15. 15 will not get done. We have some new people. Yes. But it's good. We could have, well, who is going to lead one SDG? Because then you have a new group. We have three SDGs. We cannot drop all the SDGs. You two want to go there? How many of you? 4? Okay.
SDG 11 can join that because the 3, they're all from the same group.
Okay, perfect. So can we have 2 of you here? 2? You have.
Let's continue with this and then we'll help.
All right. Excellent. Okay, so maybe for the benefit of the newcomers, I am going to take time and skip a few slides just to explain what we're doing, okay? So you don't feel too alien to the process. Okay, so what we're here is to talk about strategic foresight. Are you familiar with strategic foresight? You have heard strategic foresight before? What sort of role or organization are you working on? Just for my understanding. You are climate change. You're from CEDA. Can I suggest something? You will love it. Climate change. No, we're getting more people. Okay, fine. Can we take one climate change person over there? There's a brilliant climate change ideas over there. They need help. One of you. Is it okay? One. Thank you. And see that. Okay. The two ladies in the back, you would like to join the group? No? Okay. All right. Fine. Okay. So this whole discussion is about strategic foresight, right? So in the beginning, we said, let's set the context. So we talked about the SDGs because about the SDGs. We basically mentioned we did not meet the MDGs, right? This is a headline 2015. This is a headline this week, right? We're still talking about, okay, that's, yeah, it's recent. It's October 14. This is, October 26. So past 2 weeks. We're still talking about issues like this, climate change. That's a signal. It's actually some signal you're having. And right here, we're talking about the SDGs are not being met, right? Then we ask people, what do I want to see in same October 28, 2030? Okay? So what they said is on the board there. And the question is, how do we realize this board? By the way, some of those thoughts for 2030 were positive, some were not so positive, right? That's okay, there are several futures. The ones that were not so positive, they probably resigned themselves to the future that people they're seeing today, right? But there were some really positive, thoughtful thoughts there, or futures that they want to see. So it means that we have several futures. So then we brought back to what these SDGs are. We divided people in different groups. We say, pick the SDG you want to solve, right? And then we explain a bit what the SDGs creates, the ones related to biosphere, society, and economy, which goes to the preamble of the SDG, which is planet, people, and prosperity. Then we talked about a bit of how technology will impact that, right? Then we talk about accelerating this, right? So technology accelerated. Thank you. And then we now talk about, okay, what are we here to do? We're here to talk about future thinking. And future thinking, as in futures, is many futures. No future is defined. You have to want a future to drive it, right? Now, future thinking is really when you're a policy maker. If you continue like this on the policy cycle, you're not really anticipating a lot. You need to anticipate more, and you need to do a lot more to think and inject future thinking. If you're not doing this, by the time you do policy, it's actually gone, right? It's not, you're not looking at very far, it's actually outdated, right? So you need to start thinking and making policy, because a small insurance policy, to take some action now to have a big cost later. If you're gonna need a 10 million AI or data scientists in 4 years, you should start training them now. If you just identify the need now, by the time you train them, you need something else. You don't need that, right? And just give you a very simple example. So then we talk about future thinking, because we are in this volatile, uncertain, and very ambiguous world. Everything is changing, everything is colliding. Our past, our present, and our future are really colliding, right? And for us to be able to help, we try to bring together two schools of thinking, which is future thinking, system thinking, and design thinking. That's why we call it ecosystem thinking. Now, to do that, we talked about what this means. The future, there are many features, many potential features. Which one you want, we have to figure it out. Purpose, we want to stay ahead, right? We want to ensure that the stakeholders understand and act appropriately in anticipation of something that could happen. We talk about the various features that's possible. We talk about how there needs to be a balance. We have a push of the present, the pull of the future. Whose future? Somebody else may be pulling you towards their future, or somebody else may have already colonized your future because they have, you don't even know it, right? And we have the weight of the past. Then we talk about how technology changed some of that. And then we talk about what we will do to think through this process is a bunch of methods and processes. Some are creativity, expertise, interaction, and evidence, right? And then what we did is to help you in this journey, we pick a set of workflows and tools. So these are workflows, and each of the workflows have tools. Some of these are creativity, some of these are different things, right? What we have done is the first two, which is the steeple and affinity group. So on your table is the result of the second step, which is the affinity group, right? And we're gonna keep moving. So, and to get there, of course, we started with this. We got the signals. Now with these signals, we group them to get some kind of trends. Those are the grouping that you see. And we're gonna see if we can make drivers out of them. Those trends are driver than themselves, or we need to merge more to get a driver, which by the way, some of these already cut across several systems, right? Because when you think of it, drivers are, what we call them here, when we defined drivers earlier. Jesus, it's a bit painful. Okay, here, drivers carry across several trends. So these could potentially be drivers. We'll see if we can group them into mega drivers, right? That's what we did. We carry across political, social, by doing that affinity, that's what you get, right? So now we have drivers, so now what? We want you to first relate to what you found. What do you think these drivers are and how they're impacting your SDG? For that, we will have tables report. We will start with this table. If you could show us what you did and the narratives of the driver you find and what they're impacting, okay? So by the way, this team really demonstrated something I appreciate, which is creativity, because they started drawing doodles and funny things, right? That's how we unleash our creativity, okay?
Can I ask you to nominate a member from your team who can take us through these drivers, and we can put it up on the board here so that at least everyone can see, or at least see different colors. It's not really from that far.
So should we?
Can I take that and put it up?
Yeah, just
You guys
all right, can you walk us through what you did, your SDG, and tell us a story?
Okay, so our group was working on SDG 3, that is good health and well-being. And we have 6 clusters or 6 affinity groups here, where we are talking about the first one, like policymakers' involvement in healthcare has increased over the years. So the policymakers are looking into the different dimensions and the stakeholders of healthcare. Like, for example, they are looking into the gender perspective, the demographics of the population, like the age structure, and the place of residence based on the climatic conditions they are facing. And basically here we are talking about the inclusivity factor. So the government is also taking care of it through the schemes and programs that they have increased. So as a result, the whole education and awareness factor amongst the youth has increased, and they are becoming more aware about their concerns. So that's the first one. And next, like, we have the increasing availability of healthcare facilities. So here we are talking about the research and development, which leads to creation of patents across boundaries. And for this, there would be tariff barriers which need to be overcome, and export and import of drugs and medicines has become easier due to that. And this also involves skilled professionals and skilled workforce that is working on it. Okay. So the next one here is like we are using technology these days in healthcare. So what it has led to is the increased use of data. So we have data collection, we have data protection, and this has also resulted in the misuse of collected data. So we need transparency to take care of all these concerns, and we need to have a proper data protection laws regarding this. So the use of data will enable us to make better predictions of the diseases that are going to be there in our future, and also to diagnose those diseases. The next one is regarding monetary support that is also increasing, where we are talking about the government funding has increased, the private funding has increased, the grants and aids have increased, and it has resulted in public and private partnerships, which ultimately lead to improved facilities in healthcare. And the fifth one is the increased concern in climate, like how the climate thing is affecting healthcare. So we have air pollution, as you can see. There is water pollution, and then there is also natural disasters and man-made disasters. So here, if we have the data regarding this, so basically, if we have all this knowledge, then we can try to overcome it through our policies and technology. So the last one is the moral responsibility or the ethical concerns we are talking about. So we have identified that healthcare is a human right, and there need to be laws regarding this. So that is the last and final trend that we are seeing, that the moral responsibility has increased.
All right, thank you. Please, yeah. I do have a few questions, maybe a few comments. So if I may just recap, it's like you're saying that increased awareness of technology is helping with, which SDG is this?
Sorry?
Which SDG is this? 3, with health. Okay, so increased use of technology is helping with solve the SDGs, right? So on one side, on the other side, there could also be decreased use of that technology or non-decrease, you know, not using that technology, right? Now, I have a lot to say about this.
Okay.
Shall I say it? No. Okay, we'll take that offline.
Takeaways.
Yeah,
We can do the takeaways in a quick way, and then offline we can do more details.
Okay. Increase in climate concern, that's a trend. And what is this trend doing?
This group is ready.
How is that positively changing your focus, your topic? Yeah. This one I understand, the climate one, how is that impacting the SDG 3? Is it creating more disease? Is it like, what is it?
See, the change in climate has been seen over the past decades, but now is the time when we are taking, like, we are considering it. Earlier, we did not consider the factors much. So if we are considering it, we can offset it with our efforts regarding that. Like, suppose heat waves are there. So if I am a policy maker and I know about the heat waves, I can make conducive policies keeping that in mind.
Yeah, but within SDG 3, how is this trend affecting SDG 3?
Yeah, obviously it's a negative thing, but we need to overcome it through the other trends.
Okay. Yes, clarity and triangulation. I like the driver. I don't have a problem with the driver. Your topic is SDG 3. What is this driver doing to SDG 3? Is it creating more problem for SDG 3?
Yes.
Because we're digging up more viruses, or that's my point. Remember what I say, even when you put a driver, put a context. What you have done is summarize something, but what is the impact or which direction is it impacting your problem you want to solve? Great, public-private partnership. What is that doing to your SDG?
It is helping us reach there.
Is it? Okay, so increase, and you have a lot of signals for this. There is a lot of private funding, lots of government funding. So there is increased funding between public and private is supporting
and knowledge sharing.
Okay, let me challenge that. Public healthcare system and private healthcare system, are they the same in India?
No.
What quality do you get in public healthcare system and what quality do you get in private healthcare system? Our public healthcare system needs to be more like private healthcare system. So what's the trend? Give me a trend. I know this one because I know, but I want you to tell me. Is increase private partnership or increase privatization of healthcare, or is increase what? Is doing what? What's the trend? Yes, Udita. Keep going, that's what you're saying. Okay. Drug abuse laws.
Yeah.
What does that have to do with the SD3? Yes, the law, I understand. Drugs, medicine. What trend do you see here?
Since like the moral responsibility has increased, we are coming up with these laws regarding the drug abuse as well. So like we are taking responsibility for it and coming out with legal provisions to solve that. That's
Okay.
the thought behind that.
So there is increased laws being made to address what? What's the trend? A trend has a direction, has a label, right?
Okay.
And the trend is doing something. What is it? Rhetorical question, you don't have to answer it, but I want all of us to think the same way, right? It's the same thing when you put a thing, drug abuse, human rights. What did I say? Give me context. Human rights what? Everything is great, human rights? Or access to drug is a human right? Or there's less available human, what is it? And the other one, moral responsibility of professional. Like, how do those two connect to this? If you don't have the context, I cannot connect it. I can make a story. I'm a good bullshitter, okay? If I can use that word. I can make lots of stories. Human rights, that is increasing, we see increasing need to make drugs accessible because it's a human right. Health is a human right. We see increasing sign saying this. On the other hand, however, the moral responsibility has not caught on in this topic. When I combine the two, I can say that there is a need for better policy to make drugs accessible to enhance human rights and achieve SDG 3. If that happens, solve. Equitable access to drug. If that does not happen, what do we have? We'll look at the implication later. But I need direction, I need context, and I need a story. Yes, okay,
So
go ahead
no,
with it. You take over.
So, a summary of the final mega trends that we have here. Can we summarize the final mega trends from this one?
Can we summarize one?
The trends from this one, the final mega trends that we agreed on. So we're saying that policymakers are more involved?
Well, I'll tell you what, this is related to drug. You know, I will take all this drug thing, I will combine them to this drug. Because here you talk about patent, drug, medicine, barriers, research in drug, moral responsibility drug. I will take all this, I will combine these two, and I will say this is one driver by itself.
What's that driver?
That driver is about increased need to promote, I don't know, to have access to equitable drugs solving something. I don't know, but there's one. This is one. We can wordsmith it, but this is one because it's related. You have drug here, you have drug there, you have, different implication of drugs and not having drugs, human rights, research. It's all about drugs here, access to drug. And by the way, you have a good industry in this business, right? This one is policy involvement in healthcare. And I see gender, population, age structure, demographic. It seems to be some kind of equity about the involvement in healthcare. Some equity thing here that you're looking for. Two drivers. Then this one is something about increased impact of climate change on healthcare. New viruses, new whatever, all that stuff. And the last one is really, there is a diversion between public and private infrastructure in healthcare, which causes different problems. If you're in a public, good luck. If you're in a private, you get my point. I can see clearly 4 here. Yes? Okay.
So,
are we good?
The reason why I summarized those 4 finally is because we'll need those 4 for the next tool. So just so you know, those are the 4 summary that we need. Okay, we have, you ready? Pretty, right? Okay. Do you have a mic there? Oh.
So Pretty is actually brave because she's new to this and she's volunteering. Okay. I like it. Actually, it's brave. That's what I want to say. Go ahead.
I will just introduce the SDG 11 which we are dealing with. Basically, if you see India's commitments which we made in the Glasgow COP, so this is a very important SDG for a country like India, which is so populous, and urbanization is happening very fast. So we have to be aware of our responsibilities in the areas where we have to reduce our carbon footprint as a city, as a community. We have to focus on rainwater harvesting, and we have to reduce the use of fossil fuels. So in that direction, our group has focused. So I'll request her to start. We are there to intervene whenever required.
Thank you so much, sir. Should I start? Okay. So basically, first let me tell you there are 17 sustainable development goals. And I started off my practice with Sustainable Development Goal 17, which is to do with partnerships. Now today we are discussing SDG goal number 11, which is to deal with and tackle the problem of creating sustainable cities and communities. When we say communities, we can also look communities as clusters because the cascading is real in the real world, and tackling the problems with innovation, the whole idea of today's workshop is to understand how technology and innovation can fast, speedy manner get into the sustainable innovation development. Now, as sir, and I echo with this whole understanding of sustainability in terms of vehicles first, because we saw in the news reading that the air pollution has increased. However, whatever decisions which have been taken in last couple of years, we are nowhere in terms of the decision-making capacity. So we are at SOS. SOS, though it means saving our souls, but today it is basically saving our sustenance so that we have clean air. To overcome that, sir suggested that in the vehicles itself, we should deploy 30% ethanol blend. However, in the shorter term, but it has to be on SOS. If the government takes immediate measures, it can become a reality as we speak. That being said, there's another research which has been done in India, not from today. In Lucknow itself, there's something called as Jatropa plant. So Jatropa plant is basically, the research is already done, it's just that the stakeholders have to sign the declaration so that this becomes a reality, and we are able to use biodiesel which comes from a plant, Jatropa plant, and we should make use of electric vehicles. That is a good thought process. At the same point of time, automation is also the key. You will see a lot of automatic driving vehicles on road right now. At the same point of time, there's a concept of what other countries are doing, and even ITU has a committee on it, which is autonomous driverless cars. For that, we need certain routes which are only deployed for plying such kind of vehicles. So to achieve sustainable goal number 17 and 11, because it any goal cannot work without partnerships. We cannot work in silos. Having said that, to develop these sustainable cities, since as Sir also mentioned, we have some metro cities in India, but Delhi being the capital, I think the first cluster should be concentrated on Delhi itself, because if one city becomes a model, that can be replicated not only in India, but globally. That being said, we have to reduce the carbon footprint. That means even the heat maps. What is a heat map? Only travel when required. Use technology to encompass what can be done. Like today, it's happening in Delhi. So people who are in Delhi can commute. They can travel they can pool the resources. They can travel from one location to the other. At the same point of time, what is very important is to promote efficient public transport. Now, in the current scenario, I'll just take the scenario of Delhi, perhaps, because a lot of road accidents are happening because of the public transport also. So the accountability has to go on the government of India also in terms of the plying of vehicles which are being done right now. If you look into the statistics of how many accidents are caused by the buses itself, that is a menace right now. Having said that, what is important in the current scheme of things, I'm not even looking at 2030. What has to be done is to have proper bus depots. If you look into the data set of how many bus depots are there, you will be able to appreciate the fact the most of the populated road on Delhi itself is populated because the bus depot is on the road itself. They don't have a place.
Okay, can I just jump in? I'm sorry. We understand there are a bunch of initiatives that are happening in the country right now. We've covered different geographies.
Yeah, so for me, a lot of these are signals, right?
Exactly. These are part of the first activity that we did. And because you joined in late this group, we're thankful that we have that sort of overview. And it's good to know because there's a lot of initiatives that I didn't know about. So that's really nice to know. But if you had to now find those trends for me, like what are the 3 or 4 trends that you see through that board? What would that be for us?
Yeah, and before that, let me just let's look at the board that we have here, right? In the board, they group stuff similarly. If you talk about sustainable cities, they say we have societal biases and accommodation of money minorities, systemic biases, corruption on personal gain, joint families becoming nuclear families. They're basically saying this is a trend that's impacting the SDG 11, which is the social cost of living is impacting that, and therefore it impacts the SDGs, right? Then in this grouping, there's a policy, which could be related to all the things about planning for the bus station, all of those things. But that's the trend, right? Now it says personal data privacy. If you're collecting lots of data on sustainable cities or on smart cities, you know this could be a problem. Evidence-based research, sometimes we make decisions on cities, and by the way, there are not a lot of successful smart cities around. But I can tell you one thing about smart cities. If you're looking for a big opportunity to unleash an innovation ecosystem, the idea of smart city is one of the best you can find because it encompasses so many problems of citizens. So on that point of view, there's something about policy making and how we can make the process better to make the city more, to deliver services to the stakeholders. Then we have the infrastructure itself. We're seeing a lot of deployment of different type of infrastructure. Now, are those infrastructure appropriate? Can people actually innovate on top of that infrastructure? So that's a trend. And then, you know, like increasing deployment of smart cities type infrastructure, IoTs, all kind of like crazy technologies, is not necessarily leveraged to the best of the opportunities. The policies here, the policies trend will say more like it needs to be more evidence-based and some of these. Then we got the actual things that's happening in terms of cost of living and actually not making those cities so affordable for all. And the last trend I would say here is really the solution, which is the solution themselves are not necessarily appropriate. So this is what we were talking about. This is why we did, when we did the thing, we say, let's find the signals. From the signals, let's see if we can group something. Now, the question is for you, which trends will you agree with, or which other trends do you think should be here? We don't have to pick these trends. We can just say, which trends do you think are important to smart and sustainable cities that we need to at least address in the next stage of the exercise?
So actually, if you see the items which are listed here, one trend is that the populations, they are moving away and setting up new colonies, new cities. That is the trend which we have seen, and it's bound to happen when the population here. So the caption which you started during your presentation, so there at the policy level, what we must do right now is we must ensure that our planning of cities, enforcement of laws, city laws, which I share in India, we find that there is an area where we are lacking. We must enforce that all our new constructions are energy efficient, sustainable, and then we must focus on rainwater harvesting because that is an area of concern. If you see the map of India, almost 60 to 70% of cities are facing depletion of water table. So that is bound to impact our sustenance in future also. With policy level, policy paradigm has to change and we must enforce that strictly, which is not happening in India. We find that people get away with violations and that should not happen in the new cities at least, that is there.
So, sorry.
Digitally, my friend is from IT
From
sector.
the conversation so far, tell me if I'm correct in summarizing this. So far, for these two speakers, the first trend was about increased cost of living, and the other was around depletion of water levels.
So increasing cost of living, because when the city gets smarter, people are moving further and further away. Which is the trend pushed by cost, but also, I mean...
Housing, we have to make the housing efficient and sustainable.
Yeah.
That design...
But that's not a trend. That's what you want to do.
That's about,
right?
yes.
So these are the two trends so far, right? Am I missing any trend?
So the trends is that there is less policy enforcement of quality standards. Therefore, this is going to have an impact. It's increasing. So you can continue this way, which is less enforcement, or you can start really making some good rules, good policies.
So
that's a trend.
That's the third trend. Okay.
Yeah. So
sorry, we can go back to...
And then the technology. They have a technology one, which is ties back to the last one, the technology.
This sustainable cities, the first thing in India also we are doing, now it is taking the shape, converting our existing tier 2 cities into the smart cities basically. With the use of IoT and machine-to-machine communication, this is the most, these new settlements, new real estate projects, developments. Now every society that are coming up, for new communities. We in India have our ROW norms we have prepared like this, that every society, every community will have all the infrastructure through 5G networks, all IoT devices will be used, and aggregating all the city services and all these things. Maximum use of these IoT devices, machine-to-machine communication, and transport also through M2M communication. These cities will be taking
So I will summarize the fourth mega trend as increasing interest and programs to create smart communities.
Yes.
so
Smart
those
cities
are the
and smart communities.
With the aim to achieve impact. The question, the million-dollar question is it achieving impact? Because I've been to a lot of smart cities.
Yes.
Right? They look nice, but they're not so smart. Right? They're not so smart. They're not so doing what they say they will do.
Yes.
Yeah. So those are trends. This trend we can take everywhere. Policy trend, absolutely. Technology trend, absolutely. The fact that you have increasing rural movement because people are getting pushed out, and this is not making the cities sustainable, because now we're going back to the rural areas, which needs new planning. Yeah, okay. All right. So we're good here?
Yeah, I want to add on this evidence-based research. So when we are talking about, because this is a trend right now, evidence-based research, paper as published by XYZ, whatever the name nomenclature is. Yeah, so what is happening, I think AI and blockchain can be deployed on smart contract, on public leisure. Yes, we need to use technology.
That's fine.
Yeah.
I think the policy part is one, the evidence, how you get it, making the city smart to help capture all that data, and then the fact that there is this trend about cities, people are moving out because the city is not necessarily, they don't have everything.
Yes.
So I think we have 3 trends here, and we're good with that, right?
Yes, yes.
All right, please give the group the very, yeah. And they were brave, by the way, and they got it, but they, you know, there was a lot of context that we needed to help them with, but good job. You are a smart community. You're not a city yet. Which group do we have? That group. Okay. And we have our other group back. Okay, which one was yours?
Yeah.
Okay, you'll go after. Fine. Good. All right. So be tempura crispy. Tempura crispy? That's what you tell me, right? Okay.
Crispy to the point.
Sorry for the late, we have late lunch.
Hello. Hi, guys. My name is Sakshat. So we've got 3 clusters. Climate change, 13. Yeah, so the first cluster being global warming, which is irreversible. Communication, lack of communication is leading, okay, knowledge transfer, lack of spread, like we're not spreading enough awareness. Then the policy, so I'm just going to explain them one by one. So we've got reduced water levels, increasing demand for electricity power, our lifestyle, modern lifestyle, increasing industries, pollution, natural disaster, and this lack of place to build tech industries. So we're trying to say that, you know, all of this is leading to global warming, and that's why we aren't able to reach our climate goal, climate change. What else? Communication. Okay. Okay, so in communication, we got spreading awareness, knowledge transfer from the government, and self-ethics. Just about self-ethics, I want to put out one point here. It's as small as, you know, when you have you heard of microplastics? So when you remove the plastic from the straw, I mean, it's something as small as, don't remove the entire plastic, just cut it off half so it doesn't separate from the entire plastic. So it's really difficult to manage microplastics. Just one suggestion that you can start at home itself. And policy. So like another thought is that I don't think, do we have subsidized, like for environment, in the environmental zone, the startups that are there, do we get like policy, do we get subsidies for them? We do, but they're not, like, my question is, because he's from, yeah.
Policy level, what we meant to say is that somewhere we need to ensure effective implementation of the things. And because we have policies in place, there are things in place. Obviously, for adapting to the changing needs of the time, we need to update our policies from time to time. But at the same time, the more important thing is effective implementation of all these things. And as far as this communication part is concerned, I would just like to add what he has just said, that what we need to do is that there has to be effective communication between different sectors also. Right now what is happening is the person who is taking care of development, making bridges, he is just concerned with the bridges part only. He is not concerned what environment, what is happening to the environment. So there has to be effective communication between different sectors of the government also, different stakeholders also.
Okay, thank you. So from what I understand, there are 3 technically negative trends that I see. One is that increasing global warming is negatively impacting the society. The other is that lack of awareness is leading to lack of conscious actions from citizens to protect the environment. And the third is about lack of effective implementations of policies is also negatively impacting the environment.
And Collaboration. It's a collaboration, I thought, that I captured from the last one, which is creating all the shenanigan about the different things not being done right. Sorry for using that word.
Could be actually, I would see that as a fourth trend,
No,
lack of
but
collaboration.
the bigger problem is the collaboration to get, for example, bridge constructed, connected to this is what I understood, right? At
Lack
least
of
that's the last
collaboration
point I
to get
heard.
the actors to act together, basically.
Yes, to get their act together. Yes, pretty much. So I like those as crispy trends, right? Crispy, they got a direction. They may be positive, but maybe negative. It doesn't matter. What we need to do is, if it's negative, how do we reverse it? If it's positive, how do we amplify it? Yes? Okay, so are we good with that? No, we have a last group. SDG 3.
I saw the three boards and that's how my brain
No,
didn't think
this
it
is
through.
a very, very important group. All right, so
Oh, they're the student group that came late. That's why I missed them. What SDG is that? Can you please tell me again?
3.
Okay.
You can place it on top of this.
What was your SDG? Yours is 3, right? What was your SDG? Poverty. Okay. SDG 2. Sorry, okay. Do you have a mic there? Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
So we had a topic of zero hunger. So first of all, we context it as a government, more towards government-driven approach. So we named it as a government as a catalyst for zero hunger. So we all see that for the country level, it is more about government thing to empathize the zero hunger in the country. So as we more towards factual things, we determine that it's more about government's job to go for zero hunger things apart from the private sector. So first of all, we point out few of the points. The first cluster we includes farmer rights, food sovereignty, nutrition security, then the right to food different acts, then National Food Act securities, then it's all about reserves substantial food grains for 75 towards the regional area, rural area, and 25 towards the metropolitan cities, because we all know that poverty is more towards the rural area as compared to the cities. Then there is a National Food Security Act 2013, which is more towards 75% of rural population, and 5% of the population are covered under these acts. Then we have cluster 2.
So what is the label for this cluster? What is it?
So it basically includes different kinds of rules and regulations which are combined by the government of India. So there are farmer rights, rights of foods, and etc.
Okay, so what's the trend?
So trend is more towards the reservance of food for the poor people, so that they no suffer from hunger.
So increasing government initiatives
Yeah.
are leading to lesser families going to bed hungry.
Yeah.
Okay.
In today's world, there are different kinds of government initiatives are present, such like that poor people can feed at low control foods and etc. in rural areas. That all comes under these acts. Now, then the second is cluster 2. So it's all about what we went wrong right now. Okay, so there is a widespread of poverty, rapid population growth, then poor health system, then weak governance towards approach toward poverty and hunger. Then we have cluster 3.
Sorry, 2 I did not understand the
2
trend.
is all about what things are going wrong right now. So there is a bad governance regarding that zero hunger thing. then widespread of poverty right now, then rapid growth in population. These are the main reasons for increasing hunger index in India.
Okay. One sentence.
Yeah, one sentence. Sorry, for that. With the beginning, a middle, and an end.
Yeah.
The beginning, something is happening. The middle is doing something. The end is the direction. So is it increase? I don't know. What is it, Anisha? These two?
Yeah.
Can I?
Huge unemployment, factor-wide poverty, rapid population growth, weak governance, poor health. This is all. Okay, so basically, increased demographic is having an increased demographic is not being leveraged. Is making the zero hunger worse or something. It's like the increased demographic dividend is not being leveraged to solve hunger. Something like that.
Yeah, basically what is going went wrong right now for the reason of that hunger index.
Because these are all the same direction.
Yeah.
Like the widespread poverty, which is maybe actually the outcome, rapid population growth, which will create a widespread poverty, weak governance, poor health system,
and
unreliable
reliable data. Yeah.
Okay. You wanna take a peek at it?
I'm trying.
Okay.
Let's put a pin on it for now.
Yeah, so
maybe we'll connect with something else.
He cited some data, some statistics. 23% employment, this is evidence.
Yeah.
But the story really is that the increased population growth and maybe a governance that's not
Yeah,
adaptive.
and agricultural needs are hugely dependent upon rural areas now. So basically, this cluster is all about statistical data and what is went wrong to the governance right now.
I think I'll connect to. Let's go through the others, and maybe we'll come back to it. Maybe it connects to something else to give us that mega trend.
Sure. We have cluster 3. So it's all about what anemia, what different states in India have worst malnutrition. 36% of children under the age of 5 are not receiving proper food. Then 14.36% of its population not receiving enough nutrition in their food. 57% of Indian women are suffering from anemia, and India is suffering from hidden hunger. And global human hunger index ranks India at the 111th rank position out of 125 countries. That's the latest data we have put here.
But okay, so again, this is data points.
Yeah.
What is the story? What is the story behind this data point? What is it saying? So I will take your cluster 2 and your cluster 3. I will combine them because this is in fact data that's supporting what you said before, which has to do with that the increased population, governance, and
increased
them to create healthy or to create whatever zero hunger has not caught up with that. Everything you said is statistics for this, right? This is when I talk about the grouping.
Can we say it's increased population? Tell me if I'm understanding incorrectly. Sure. Increased population growth and disparities leading to complex health concerns? Or disparity?
They are both related in the sense because there's the increase in population, weak governance, poor health system. This is all about these are the statistical representation of these data.
So increased population growth and governance challenges is leading to more hunger.
Yeah.
Especially in rural and disadvantaged areas.
Yes.
That's what cluster 2 and cluster 3 comes up to. Okay?
Yeah. Thank you. Next is the cluster 3. In case there is a climate change environment, including deforestation, soil degradation, then all about these all about environmental aspected factors we have combined here, such as more driven towards agriculture practices, use of AI and sensors and robotics in the crop formation, productivity, then indoor farming for such seasons in which the crop is not able to yield. Then nuclear test helps fight against different kinds of pests, and uh, develop new plants of breeds into suitable certain amount of demographic locations, and develop plants which needs lesser water that we can have use. These are the technological aspects we have add here more.
So,
yeah, so innovation and research, technology innovation and research in climate change is basically impacting hunger to some extent. That's what, you know.
or I understand.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, please.
So it's about the
I heard it as worsening climate and agricultural practices are negatively impacting health.
No, basically, we are going for climate resilient agriculture, because as the climate changes, so we have to also change our techniques. That we are doing. So in a big way, we have.
Those are initiatives, sir. You're talking about good things that we are doing, but as a trend overall.
But you see last 10 years, if you see per hectare, how much of we are producing. It's on the rise. Okay. So the same area we are growing, and that because of research and innovation, our productivity per hectare has gone up significantly. You know, one point, if you see our national legislation on assured employment, MG Narega, which is the largest such scheme in the world, where each poor person is assured of 150 days of work. Okay, so that is one for hunger. Right. And if you go to states like Odisha or other states, they are giving 1 rupee rice to these poor people per kg. So there is no question of going hungry in those states where state is protecting them, giving them employment, and then 1 rupee, 2 rupee per kg rice they are getting per family. Then now come back to COVID. In COVID, what happened? We are a country which is food surplus. During COVID, Prime Minister announced a scheme where each poor family per person has to be given rice, 5 kgs, free. So that we did for 2.5 years, still it is going on for the poor family. So that was one. Now coming on this cluster, which you are talking about, India is the only country in the world which is having more than 1.6 million Anganwadis. Anganwadis are centers in the rural areas where poor children, up to 3 years they come, they get supplementary nutrition, free food, and primary education free of cost.
It's like a crash system for
so it's not a crash, it's much modern than crash. And yes, so we are running more than 1.6 million such centers free of cost for supplementary nutrition to counter what? Counter malnutrition, anemia, and for women also we are giving them supplementary food.
So I think
that's I think a big policy initiative.
We're not disagreeing with any of this. Let me just try to keep
this is on record. So
let me just try to keep the point simple. There's a lot of good things happening, but we're saying the trend is with the population growth and the size of the population. In this case, you really have to find new ways to solve this, right? Now, the problem here has to do with the environment, because there's still, again, that population growth is having that environment. So if we really want to put this as one mega driver, I will say that the population growth, despite all of the technologies to increase productivity,
degradation of
all
natural
of the
resource.
improvements,
degradation of natural resources is a challenge.
The thing is, we're getting both positive and negative trends. I'm just going to summarize the session.
We just need a trend.
The first that he mentioned and the last that you mentioned comes to basically the increasing government initiatives are ensuring that fewer families are going to bed hungry. That's the one we agreed on. Then there's that worsening climate is negatively impacting health. We're not. Was that another one? Then we see that increasing R&D and tech innovation has improved agricultural output. That's the third.
But there is also the increased population and
coming
productivity is creating
population growth and government
challenges. You can have one more tagline for this, which comes from that group. Challenge now which India or other countries are facing with the increase in population is that we are having a significant change in the type of our natural resources, especially forests. More and more habitats are getting fragmented because of urbanization, because of biotic pressure, and the quality of forests, though we have a target of having 1/3 of area under green cover, but we are far away from that. The quality of our natural resources is going down because we are having less and less thick forests. And carbon sequestration is going down.
And that's the trend we want, right?
Yes, so this
That's
is a
the
trend.
key trend.
This is, so you can name it as degradation of the natural resources and fragmentation of habitats.
Perfect.
So fragmentation
I
of
think that's it.
habitats
By
is a
the
big
way,
challenge
this
for
is
us.
what we want to see, the different opinion, and actually what he did is he added the depth to what was said there, right? This is in fact why we want everybody to talk, because he knows something that I don't know that you don't know, right?
Yeah, surely.
This is the beauty about talking, really, right?
Really, thank you for that addition, sir.
Yeah, and I think that's it for yours, right? And then you have something about ethics rules and increased pollution. It's all related to this.
Yeah.
Right, because it's degradation,
It's all
pollution.
about the hygiene factors and facilities and sanitation. That different places of India has people stay hungry. So I think we need to add this here.
And the pollution can be related to the negative factor of the environment, the degradation, the
soil,
forest
soil
burning
erosion.
and all that. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
That's it. Okay, so you get a sense of how. Yes, thank you.
Our team is not complete here, but we tried.
No, it is fine. It is fine. The key is to teach you how to identify a driver, right? A driver is something that's increasingly happening. And it has a positive and a negative impact.
Yeah.
What we will do next is we will take these drivers and we will see their positive and their negative impact. You have put it here, but now we need to unpack it even more, okay?
So, do you have more? No, continue.
We are
please.
done.
Oh,
We are
sorry.
done. Yeah.
No, I think this can be added to the
Yeah, sure. Sir can explain it better than me.
to the ethics, the rules. We could merge that because actually what you will see is some of this stuff is what's going to help you unpack your impact, your implication, okay?
Yeah. Thank you.
Well, thank you. All right, please again give them a very... I like how nothing goes... This is actually the beauty about these sort of things. We're having an honest conversation with ourselves, right? We're listening to each other. We have senior people here. We have people who are just starting their careers, and we're all having the same conversation. We put all the bureaucracies on the side. We are discussing so we can understand what we don't understand, that we don't understand. So at least we have a chance. Not hope. Forget about hope. Hope is great. I better be prepared than the hope part. I will always have hope. I will always have a positive mindset. But preparedness, nothing replaces it. You take it over, Udita.
So just a quick recap. We finished framing and scanning, which was essentially scanning the environment, looking for signals, identifying the trends and mega trends that we see. So we finished that first part. We will now go into the mapping side of it, which is now that we have the trends, how are they going to impact our future? So we're going to use the trends that we've come up with, 4, 3, 4, 4, and use that to identify the possible futures in this stage. So I'm going to go to... Sorry, there are quite a few slides to navigate. I'll facilitate the next one.
How does she make a slide and make me talk about this slide? Okay, I'll do it. That will cost you. Okay, so so solving for uncertainty, for the unknown is about really, there's two parts to the unknown. Why is it unknown? When you're in the present, you know. because you can feel it. You have a lot of signal. You have clarity. But the further you go in time, you have no clarity, right? This is when in the beginning you know, right? You know, but later on, further out you go, you don't know. So what it means is that, you know, we're trying to discover this. When we're here, we can probably act, but when we are further away, we don't know, right? So this is where we have to start thinking about scenarios. This could happen. If this happened, and I'm prepared. If this happened, I'm prepared. If this happened, I'm prepared. But when it's close to you, you know, because it's, you know, the probability of it happening is high, the certainty, etc. So with that, we are going to take some of your trends, and we will basically identify the ones that have high impact and high uncertainty. Remember, we do not necessarily want to worry about things that we know, that are certain, right? If we're trying to solve for the future, you want to think even broader. Now, if you should solve for the one we know also, but it's just easier to do. This is actually our day jobs. If you're a policymaker, you know you establish an AI policy because everybody knows AI is doing this, right? What would have been interesting is that 20 years ago that you started working on AI policies, so you will be ahead of others, right? But if you're working on AI policy today, you know, well, you better do it still, but I think you're a bit late. The cost to you and your economy is much higher. What is interesting is that quadrant has high impact and high uncertainty, right? So out of all those drivers, actually we want you to take a 2x2 matrix, take all your drivers and put them where you think they belong. If the driver has high impact, high uncertainty, put them there, right? If it's low impact, low uncertainty, put it there, and then we solve. Then we'll learn how to solve that. So this is just to categorize your drivers in terms of time horizon and impact, right? Because we can have 100 drivers. Do we need to work on all 100 drivers? If it doesn't have that much impact, who cares, right? So that's the next level of categorization we do.
I'll give you an example for it. When we were discussing SDG 11, there's one trend that we heard was depletion of water levels. We know there is finite amount of water available. The impact will be high, the uncertainty is low. We are certain that the water levels will deplete and they're not going to increase. So where do you plot them? You plot them at high impact, low uncertainty. That's how you need to look at all the drivers that the mega trends that we identify, the final 4 or 3 for each group, and where would you put them? Are they high impact, high uncertainty, high impact, low uncertainty, or low impact and blah, blah, blah?
Yeah. So Udita will go around, tell you what she wrote down as driver for each of you. Take up one of these again. Draw this little matrix there, and then we want you to make a post-it for each of the drivers she will tell you. Then you plot them, okay? Clear enough? All right, how long do they have for this?
This can be a quick one.
Yeah.
I feel 15 minutes is good enough for this. And an extension of 5, of course,
it'll take you 3 minutes to go around, tell them.
An extension of 5 always, obviously.
7.
So 20 minutes, let's say.
2 minutes for you to tell them if you're super 5, then 5 minutes for them to think.
And half a minute to make that 2x2 before I come to your desk.
Their neurons are not trained like yours and mine. Give them time to get their muscles working. Their brain muscles, right? That's what we call it. So Urita will come around for this. If you already know, you can put them on a post-it and put it in a quadrant, okay?
tell us what's the
SDG 13, right? Sorry. Okay. So I have this in these words. You can change it if you think this is not. If you can maybe notes, I'll just take my own notes. Increasing government initiatives are ensuring fewer families are going to bed hungry every day. You remember this?
Okay.
Actually, put it on the sticky note directly because then you know where to plot it on the 2x2. You don't know.
Give me another one so that once.
And the second was
The second is what?
increasing population growth. One second. Increasing population growth is increasing government challenges to tackle hunger. Yours was increasing government initiatives is ensuring fewer families are going to bed hungry.
Increasing population growth.
Is increasing government challenges to tackle hunger. Okay. The third is worsening climate and environment degradation is negatively impacting health. Climate and environment degradation is negatively impacting health. Then the fourth was increasing R&D and tech innovation has improved agricultural output. So that's 4 for this group. Increasing R&D and tech has improved agricultural output.
Where we have to stick, we have no. Okay, where we put them. No, what she was saying, now we have 4 drivers, right? Yeah. So, based on those categories, we now jointly put them. Like one, high impact, low uncertainty. So out of this 4,
More government initiatives and fewer families will belong to that category.
Yes. So out of the 4, we now patch them.
Yeah.
After.
First one and fourth one is clear.
So try and do the 4 categories on the paper.
Fourth one and first one is clear. The issue in second and third. Your was?
No, I've given you one. You have given me that one.
Second or third?
No, this second.
Second.
But what was that is what she's given us a number, but we have to now discuss where do we fix it. You get it? Like this one, increasing population growth, and increasing government challenges to tackle hunger. Let me see all this.
I'm a little bit confused about how to arrange that.
Okay, no problem. Just wait. No, sorry. Okay, this is Western employment impacting health, yes. Yes, so, yes. Low impact.
High impact, low
Low
impact.
intensity, okay, high impact.
Maybe more government is to do.
Yes, yes. This is going to be high impact. Put it there. High impact, high uncertainty. High impact, high uncertainty. High impact, high uncertainty. Worsening climate and environmental impact. Yes. The increase in population growth. Looks like they're saying India is increasing, the population is increasing. In India, the population going up? You passed that? Oh, great. Wow, congratulations. Africa, Nigeria is the country was the highest in population in Africa. Congratulations, we have the resources, human resources. That's why all the temples all over the world, they are coming to Nigeria. I know, this is good. Your strength, diversity is the strength. But now, low uncertainty. We cannot put this because for increase the R&D.
No, I think
Or I believe in that.
it has a higher impact. Increasing research and development has improved agriculture food in country. That's a good impact.
Yes, it would be. But
how can it be put two things in the same
there's no economic.
You can put more than one sticky note in the same box.
So I'm trying
Yeah, no, you can have all four in one also if that's how the conversation comes. Okay. But you need to be sure it's high impact. Or what is that section? It is?
Impact, low uncertainty.
Okay, be sure of low uncertainty. It's a very confusing term.
Yeah.
Low uncertainty, certainty is, you're sure about it, right?
Yes.
When we say uncertain, then means we're not sure about it. And we are saying low uncertainty, which basically means, how do I explain it? We're not sure, exactly. It's not confirmed. Right? So what is your sticky note? Can I see this one? Increasing R&D has improved agricultural yield in the country. This is high impact, right? This is high impact. There will be more agricultural produce, there will be more food to eat, right? There will be healthy people. So that's high impact.
That is why I want to listen to this one.
Are you sure that increasing R&D, so this is high impact, we're sure, but are we certain that this will happen, or are we uncertain this will happen? Certain? So high impact, high uncertainty. High uncertainty. The uncertainty term is confusing, right?
Yeah. So now, well, this will happen anyway. Then low.
Okay.
Please guide us on this one.
Yeah, sure. More government initiatives ensure fewer families. This is high impact, high uncertainty.
High impact, high uncertainty.
High. This is high.
So this one is
This
going
is
to be high.
that can also be high. You can have more than one.
Great.
Right?
I rest like this. Increasing population. Okay, high impact, low uncertainty.
Increasing population growth is
Because population is high. Thank you. Thank you. Worsening climate.
if higher population there, there will be a higher growth with your
Yes. Then worsening climate and environment. Impacting health. Impacting in low impact, high intensity. Let's put it here.
Impactful, but
What is
uncertain.
Is high.
Low uncertainty, in my opinion, because
Okay.
if we dilute the amount, it will be affect on the cost.
Yes, yes, yes. I agree. That's so fine. So it means all these players we don't have anything. So it's a good trial. It's a good trial. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes. So India has passed China. Like 1.2, 1.3 billion population. Do you have an idea? Federal capital. And Nigeria officially, though we are going to do census, but officially we're over 200 million. In Africa, the largest population in Africa. But Hannah said there's strength in diversity. The more population you have, the better. Then secondly, in China they have restriction in number of children. Yes, but do you have it immediately? Or everybody's free? No one, the day before yesterday, I was watching television in my hotel. I heard that the government, they said, oh, if you want to marry again, you have to get married. Something like this. Maybe to protect the children.
Now, one thing, I think India's children policy. Yeah. Now India have a talent over business for artists. They have highly populated, but there is a balance between the
And the highest population are youth. So that's great. But in Africa, especially Nigeria, we don't do that. You can have the children no matter how long. Listen. For education, right? Yes. It has to do with the parents. One. Then two, people are looking for qualitative education. Like myself, I'm talking to you. My 5 children are in Egypt. They're studying there. One is exposure, two, you get the best knowledge. You are getting, like myself, I studied in Nigeria. I studied engineering in Nigeria. Though I did my master's in UK. But when I got the opportunity, I now told my children, look, go outside Nigeria, go to Egypt and study. So the knowledge you get there is going to be far better than the one in Nigeria, of course. Also, when they come to India, like ICT, medicine, we had the people are very strong. So whatever they get there is going to be above. I think these are some of the reasons. No, but because I'm a regulator, I'm a government employee, we were dealing with the telecoms only. So at that time, because sincerely at that stage, we don't do our level. But fine. You gave me your card. Fertilizer, yes, that's a very good. Yes, he gave me. That's my number I gave. Okay, I gave you my number. Yes, you give. That one I do WhatsApp with it. I can also give you email. You've been to Nigeria before? No, I haven't been to Nigeria. He's from Germany. He's studying in my university. Okay. I don't have that. Okay. because there's massive. In Dubai?
So,
Oh, great.
are all the groups ready with their high, low, high, low? All high lows are done? Is this group, are you through? Uh, is smart cities ready? Sorry. Acha, ठीक है. And you guys are done otherwise, right? Besides the brainstorming. Stay in touch with her. They will be needing her. Okay, so this is exactly 20 minutes now. So my timing was correct. Thank you. So we need to get into the next one, but we're just figuring out, for the sake of all the participants, if the coffee break is now for you or at 4:30. If somebody here already knows that, let us know, so that we know whether to get into the next tool now or after an hour.
What is it?
We're just trying to figure out, we've sent somebody to figure out if the coffee break for the participants is now or in an hour. Based on that, we can go to the next tool. But
Who wants to be lazy and take a coffee break? That's what.
So
Coffee, okay.
we need to go into scenarios next. If you can.
Okay.
Wait, implications.
Udita, you're putting this on me again? All right. Okay, so have you sorted out your, okay, so that's great. You have some high, one on the high and one on the high uncertainty, one on the high impact, high uncertainty. And this one or on their certainty is low, but their impact is high. Okay. All right, good, beautiful. Okay, so you added new drivers. Okay. It's your ecosystem, you can do anything. No, don't add more, but you can do anything. But that's a bit of bias because this data did not come from the group. No, you can keep it. I'm not, trust me. I'm just saying. It was discussed. Was this discussed? Who was your witness? The guys that are not, I'm just kidding, come on. Okay. Okay, you got at least two. Okay. All right, so do you understand? Basically, we have drivers now. We need to figure out what the heck these drivers mean and imply in terms of the SDGs, right? So we have this tool called the features wheel. It's also called the implication wheel. So this tool is to allow you to do what's called the implication of something, right? Udita, wasn't that? Okay, so the way we will use this tool, the slides are after or before? No, where is the explanation of the implication? The causal relationship. Sorry, bit of misunderstanding. Okay, so to explain this tool, okay, it should be. So to explain this tool, anybody understand system theory? Systems? Anybody is an engineer here? Please say yes. Anybody is an engineer here?
It's so rare.
I say please say
India.
yes, even if you're not. Yes, okay, great. I have no problem with others. I'm also something else, but I just love engineers because we think differently in a crazy way that sometimes other people don't understand. It has to do with like a lot of crazy things connecting. So this is what's called a causal relationship. This is just a framework. A causal relation, every cause has a reaction, right? You have heard this in multiple ways. So let's say this particular loop is talking about what? Oh, professor fatigue in the middle. Okay, let's just say we start here. Quality education is what we detected as a trend or a signal. Increasing quality education. We can say, what does it mean? Positively, is creating better student enthusiasm for the course. That's the first order of implication. Second order implication, students are motivated to work hard, right? Third order of implication, there's quality teams works and quality projects coming out, right? And then it can be a feedback loop into professors' motivation to work hard, and it becomes a positive feedback loop, right? So everything has a first order effect, a second order effect. They can have positive feedback loop. They can also have negative feedback loop. And you know what happens when you have a lot of negative feedback loop? That thing collapses on itself, right? So if you are an ecosystem, you do something, let's say you're a bureaucrat, every day you have a very negative relationship with your subordinates, everything they do is wrong, what's going to happen? You will be, what's the implication? They will avoid you. And then you will be, what's the implication of that? Eventually you are in a bubble. Eventually you are useless, right? Everything has a consequence, positive or negative. If you're a good manager, positive feedback, reinforcing. You want to see your boss every time. Imagine that grows, that relationship grows, or it fails. So in essence, what we're going to do, we're going to take your trend. We want to find out the first order effect of that trend, if it happens. Second order effect, third order effect. By the way, those effects can be positive as well as negative. So for that, that's what I wanted to explain in terms of the implication wheel. Now, Jesus.
You want to go back?
Yes, back. There you go. Implication wheel.
You want to explain why we focus on high, high, and not low, low, maybe?
Well, you can do an implication for every single one of your drivers, right? That's up to you. You should know. By the way, you have an indication of the implications. Those things, the signals, you can rate them positive or negative already, right? You can go put a plus or minus beyond every one of these signals. So if I take this group, I can put a plus, minus in every one. What I don't know is cause and effect. Which causes one first, which causes the other one first. We need to determine that to a bit understand how this system is, how your system map within it, right? How this maps into something. But we're going to do it with fresh thinking, keeping this in the back of our mind. We're going to use a cool tool called implication wheel. And for us, you can decide, we will prefer you take the high drivers, high impact and high uncertainty. That should be your priority, because the what I don't know that I don't know, right? If you already know, you're not doing something about it, you're actually failing your job. What most people cannot do, thinking far ahead. Where is the thinking, the problem of far ahead? Uncertainty. That's where it is. Remember what we said? What I don't know that I don't know. When I know that I know, that's your day job. You better do that, or you should be fired. The other one, that makes it quite strategic. This is where strategic planning comes in. This is where strategic thinking comes in. This is why figuring out trends is super important. And now you're going to figure out the implication of trends. So the next time you go to a job interview, and they say one of the requirements is trend analysis, trend research, strategic thinking, you should have something to say about that, right? But of course, we're trying to solve it for the SDG. And if you go to the UN, you can tell them how you solve their SDGs, right?
And also, if something has low impact, when we're thinking about foresight, we're thinking about something to do 5 years from now, 20 years from now. We're not thinking about doing something now. So if you're thinking that far ahead, you might as well want to focus on something that will have an high impact. Why put all your resources, efforts on something that's going to have low impact? So I don't know if you had drivers that were marked on the low impact or low impact, any of the low impact quadrants. But maybe right now you can choose a couple of drivers that were on your high impact side or high uncertainty side. Choose which ones you want to do.
At least high impact, right? For priority, you have to make it worth your time. If you're an entrepreneur, the one thing I would say is the opportunity worth your time, right? Otherwise, what are you doing? What problem are you solving? Do you think this is fun? It's not fun. It's a lot of hard work. Okay, so pick, at least from the high impact, see if you can do an implication of your high impact. Even if the certainties, you know they're happening, you may still need them, but pick the ones that are high impact and do an implication. And the way to do implication
You do not need to copy this for that in the same way. This is just for an indication. What you need to do is look at your high impact, high uncertainty. Let's say if this is your flip chart, plot it at the center, that sticky note that you have about your driver, and start building those connections that you think. Those could be interrelated, it could be standalone, like we saw in the previous example. But just put the driver in the center and start plotting all the implication of it that you can see. The implication could be on the SDGs, but also will necessarily have a very cross-sectoral impact. Something will impact health, education. As you keep plotting those connections, you'll figure it out on your own what is most relevant. So plot as much as you can, and then we'll have a discussion about it.
So I have a beef with the designer of this. It doesn't work on a white background. We should be able to change the color. So whoever is an engineer wants to make money, please solve this problem. But what I wanted to say is that you should put your driver here in the middle. And then you have to figure out, this is your driver. You say, what's the first level implication? What's the second order effect? What's the third order effect? So this is what we're looking for you to do, right? Now you can think of it, if you're trying to find different ways to think of the implication, you can go back to the idea that there are probably some social implication, some political implication, some environmental implication. You can basically, this is how you can increase your spoke, right? And then from there, branch out, right? And there could be multiple branches, but expand your mind or your brain and your thoughts, okay? And after we're done with that, we're gonna mark them as positive or negative. Don't worry about what it is right now, just expand your ideas, okay?
Should we do just one per group for now? Let's start with one.
They need at least 2 per group because we need to put 2 together.
Okay. So you have 30 minutes to start to plot
Pick
your
your
implications.
2 most important drivers, okay? And do 2 implication wheel. Yes?
You could either work, all of you can work on this, on one implication week and then the other, or you could split yourselves also in 2 groups if you want.
Is it clear?
Whichever you feel more passionate
Crystal?
about.
Not clear? Okay.
And we'll come around to your
People
tables.
may need coffee because their brain is slowing
Coffee
down.
break is at 4. We'll let you go then. So it'll be best if you start your implications. We'll come around and help you. Can I ask you to join one of the tables? I'll give you some options to the new participants. You have tables that are focusing on health, smart cities, climate change.
Implication, third order, second order.
And
okay. So you need
I covered health.
2 blank,
Health,
2 blank,
Health, smart cities, climate
1
change.
for each driver.
And hunger. So pick the table that you want to join and
is
go.
it understood?
Join it.
Is it understood? You need 2
Actually,
blank papers, right? 1 for each driver to expand. Okay? Yeah, we need 1 of these for each driver because I need an implication wheel on 1 paper. Okay? Yeah. So you can, okay. All right. So you want to join? Anybody's confused? Yeah, so what's the implication of this? You say more government incentive, you should fewer families sleep. And what's the implication for this?
Implication मतलब what will be the effects?
What's the effect here exactly? Okay, fine. What's the implication of that? Okay. Write it down, the next one. And but there could be also some positive one and some negative. But there could be anyone. But expand, and let your mind flow. Okay? It's only for you. And there could be multiple going. It's up to you, but please expand, okay? So you need 1 for each. So if you want to start on the other one while they do this, please go ahead. Well, I was just going to say, I just hope that you have empty ones. You start and you're doing implication. We understand the exercise? Okay. 1 for each, 1 paper for each.
Yes,
driver.
yes.
And just pick the 2 most critical drivers.
Okay, so like high impact, high uncertainty.
Yeah, just 2 of them. Either these 2 or what is 2, whichever 2 you
Just
want.
yeah, got it.
Okay.
Understood.
नहीं नहीं पूरा पूरा आप बैठो ग्रुप्स के साथ आप किस अलग अलग ग्रुप्स हैं यहाँ नहीं नहीं प्लीज बैठो ये दो टॉपिक पे काम कर रहे हैं आप बैठो तो हाँ ये वाले बिजनेस मीटिंग है ना He's not been around to just involve in. नहीं मैं देख रहा हूँ मतलब बिल्कुल बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है मतलब पूरा अच्छा। बट आप आपने आंसर्स भी दो इनको कि आपको क्या लगता है चीज़ों क्या होगा। मैं भी मेरा काम प्रिंटिंग डिजाइनिंग है ना इंटीरियर का काम है मेरा अपना मैं कार्ड देता हूँ ये हमारी कंपनी है ये हमारी ग्राफिक है। थैंक यू सो मच। आप किस कंपनी से आप कॉलेज से हैं मेरा अपने आई एम ग्राफिक है तो मैं लेकिन बैठा था लेकिन मैं आराम से कौन से कॉलेज से पूरी तैयारी पूरी टीम कॉलेज हाँ इन फ्यूचर ये आपका नेम बहुत अच्छा लगा पर उसके बाद अभी हम एक एडमिट चेक करवा रहे हैं 20 नोट कर लेना मेरे को एक व्हाट्सएप में मेरे को मैसेज भेज दो ताकि हम जुड़े हैं ना मतलब पूरा सपोर्ट करेंगे इस तरह का ये नंबर है हेलो मैसेज भेज हाँ जी सुबह हाँ हेलो मैसेज भेज मैं नंबर दे दूँगा इन फ्यूचर एजुकेशन फेयर का सेमिनार वगैरह करवाते रहते हैं और वो काम नहीं मैं ग्राफ प्रिंटिंग का काम है सारे कॉलेज वाले के अच्छा ये कॉलेज वाले आते हैं अभी हम करवा रहे हैं 20 नवंबर तो एक ग्रुप फोटो ले सकते हैं आपसे हाँ ले सकते हैं मैंने वही कर अथॉरिटी अच्छा लगा अपनी अभी अपने जो सब है ना दोनों जो हमारे कर दिया एक फ़ोटो ले लो चले जाएंगे एक फ़ोटो आप ले लो और बाद में मैंने मोबाइल से पास एक ग्रुप फोटो हो जाएगी जिसको खड़े हो गए बैठ जैसा आपको सही लगे जब बैठो थोड़ा ये लगेगा ये बंदा सेंटर में बैठा है बंदे हमारा साइड में बैठे साइड में बैठे हुए साइड में रखते ये मैं यहाँ बैठूँ हाँ बैठ जाओ आ गए जैसे सब No, no, there are a lot more. You can, if you want to spend, you can spend more time. You can do more time. Like healthy population means like longer life, right? A healthy population will lead to longer life. Longer life would also have like it will impact like if people are living longer, there will also be like a negative of this would be they will need to be like for India, for example, the retirement age is 60, right? They used the earlier the age, whatever that technical term is, but the age that people would die, 20 years average lifespan used to be 65, now it's gone up to 85. If people are living longer, they will want to work for longer. Do you have jobs? So again, longer life could also have a negative implication also. It could mean people will need to have jobs for much longer. But the positive will also be that there are healthier families, the mother is able to support the child for longer. Similarly, subsidies from government, subsidies from government would, the first layer of this would be a positive impact actually, right? You're missing. So, here. So your positive impact will go here, will have another implication. This is negative is fine. Increased crime could lead to, for example, civil unrest. Right? So that's another thing. Increase in poverty, crime. Again, this will impact hunger, like increase hunger, low work, and all that. But so this is an outcome, but there are also many layers in between. So you can choose to work on those in between layers, or you can ignore that. Export more income. Excessive export में what is it? में rice? कैसे के पूरे perfect. Yeah. What is that? Non-productive. So the population will become non-productive. Right. Machines will come in and all that. There will be need for machines to work. Yeah. Right. So don't feel restricted to the number of implications you can come up with, because there are a lot of things that will happen.
Yeah, first. They're thinking that.
Don't forget
दे देना ब्लॉक कर देना ब्लॉक कर देना माइनस के साथ दे अभी अपने चलो दिल्ली में
कार्ड भी ले ले
महंगा है ले मानस को जाना इंटीरियर डिजाइनिंग का हम फर्स्ट लेवल सेकंड लेवल
Let Tushar interior interior designing.
Fraud.
Sir, he is a scammer.
He was trying to fool us.
Maybe it could be a fake one. Printed as well.
So how are we doing? You can go more than 3, huh? Go as much as you want, okay? Okay.
Ma'am, अच्छी नहीं है. Can we take it once again? अबे यार, तुषार चल रहा है ये स्टॉल पे. स्टॉल पे.
Because you're just responding and
ये लोग आ गए, अब
reconnecting.
अपन जा सकते हैं.
And if you want to be even creative, you can see that some of them may connect back somewhere else. Then you'll have your causal feedback loop, right?
प्रोडक्टिविटी बढ़ेगी तो क्या होगा? अबे वापस आ गया क्या?
वो कंटिन्यू होगा.
और फिर अगर प्रोडक्टिविटी बढ़ेगी तो वापस एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेशन को. So there's coffee will open up in 10 minutes. So if you can wrap up the implications before coffee, then you can go for coffee and come back and present your implications to us.
We need both drivers, huh?
We'll break for 15 minutes for coffee. So 4 o'clock to 4:15 we'll break for coffee.
So you're having some feedback loop already. Okay, well,
ये जो टॉपिक लिखा है ना इसके 3 लेवल है.
adventurous, that's good. That's what system mapping ends up being, right? You map the system and feedback loop, then you have them positive, negative.
जनरेशन होगा.
Now we just may want to make sure you understand the system with multiple orders. right? So one will be negative, one will be positive, right? And one will be positive, one will be positive. So if you have driver 1 here and driver 2 here, and then you will put all the positive of driver 1 and driver 2 on the top. So if you have, yeah, the top, the top. Scenario 2, for example. Yeah. What is Udita? It's drawn a little confusing, but I just hold on. No, what is actually Udita? Everybody, can I get your attention? I think you all have your 2 drivers. Every driver has some implication, multiple implication. Every implication has a positive state or a negative state, right? Yes? So I want you to take your 2 drivers, label one of the axes as one, and the other axis as the other. Yes? You got it? Then I want you to take the bullet points, the implications that are positive, positive here, negative here, and vice versa. You got it?
So probably you're saying scenario 2 and scenario 4 are positive.
Scenario 2 is all the positive implication of driver 1 and all the positive implication of driver 2. Scenario 3 is all the negative implication of driver 1 and all the negative implication of driver 2. And the rest speaks for itself, right? You have them, you have labeled those implications.
So let me just first finish scenario 2 and scenario 3, then we'll see one.
Like an engineer, work by the easy thing first, process of elimination, right?
Simple is good.
Do the simple one and solve the hard one later.
Then nothing becomes hard, right? Because 2 is already resolved. Then whatever is left, we'll figure it out.
Exactly. So do we understand? Okay. Okay, so give me a new blank canvas. Rule number 1, take a new blank canvas, yes?
Sheet off, give me a fresh sheet of paper, then I'll explain.
Draw 2 axes.
Just take it off. Now, what we're doing is...
Are we following? Blank canvas, draw 2 new axes. One of them represent one of the drivers, the other one, the other drivers. Then put an arrow for positive, opposite, negative, right? Now, after you do that, go to your implication wheel. In your implication wheel, you label on each driver what's positive and what's negative. Translate them accordingly.
Now, give me
Does that make sense?
central sticky note.
Okay. And then after, we're going to label what that thing is. That's the scenario. There are multiple ways to do scenarios, by the way. I can just look at everything and decide that these things from this scenario work together and they're connected. Therefore, I'll make a scenario out of that.
Okay?
And then
This
we
is the
can go
positive
actually
growth of this,
rethink,
the
do the
negative
same
growth of
thing
this.
about the scenario, do an implication of the scenario. Right? So it's iterative.
This means more R&D is happening.
You
This
think
means less
something
R&D
new,
is happening.
you collapse it, you reduce it, you
Now, when we
expand
look
it
at
again.
this
This is how we
chart,
discover a
look at all
system.
the positive
Right?
things that
We
are happening in that
unpack,
implication.
we repack,
You put
we
those positive things
re-unpack
on the
because we have a
positive
new
side.
information, we
All the
repack
negatives that are happening,
until
that
we
go on the
are
negative side.
absolutely sure
Things
that we
that
know
are
all the
positive
dark
this
corners, right?
and
That's what we're looking
negative
for.
on this spectrum. So let's say more
Yes?
government initiatives, but less
That
R&D.
is the power of
All your negative
information.
on
The
the
problem
R&D,
is how do
but
you
positive on this one,
find
but
your way in this mess? This is
fair? Is
super,
that
you know what I mean? It's this thoughtful process, processing, layer by layer by layer, like peeling an onion, right?
So you're saying
Peel this
more
layer,
government
peel that
subsidies,
layer, peel,
right?
no, this is rotten, now we need to go back to this,
So-
that sort of thinking.
Take a smaller pen. More government subsidies. And
So
what's
are we
the-
clear here? We're clear? We have two axes. One, which driver is
I want to
this?
see. I want to see the positive impact.
Which driver is this? Yeah, but which driver? Okay, but you only have two, right? Okay.
You're a negative one, right?
Yeah, you eliminate three, but you only pick two right now.
This is
right?
more corruption
Now,
happening, you're saying, right?
it's up to you. If you want to merge two, that's fine. I have no
This
problem
goes
with
here.
it.
Now,
But
whether,
you need to, this is one driver,
show me what else.
this is another driver. This is a positive driver, so this is driver one,
Healthy,
right?
well-fed,
One
well
and two,
fed.
right? Whichever,
Population.
if you want to label this one and this one two,
This goes
and if you want to
here.
merge these two, I don't
Then-
care, right? That's up to you.
Let's
It's
say-
just
let's
like
take
you're
a peek on that
collapsing
side.
them to some extent. All the
Boost
positive of
economy,
one,
okay? Saying more R&D is happening.
they have to be here.
Economy.
Positive of one and positive of two here. Negative of one and negative of two here,
Negative.
right? Then you can do the same. Exactly.
That's a positive.
Yeah.
Give me a negative.
Positive of this one, right? Because the tail, the head of
No, if
this,
it's all positive, that's also
this
fine.
is
If
positive
everything's
for
right?
this. This is negative,
Of what?
right? This is, you understand my point. This is negative, right? And this one is
Decrease in quality
positive.
of agriculture.
So it's just that if you're looking for this, all the positive are here, all the negatives are here, and then the rest you just change, right? So you're mixing, yeah, the drivers and the implications, right? That is what
This
you're
is
doing.
happening if no research is happening, right? You're saying.
And then after you will label this scenario.
Figure out the scenarios.
Because you have taken the permutation of all
One
the
scenario
possible,
is that your economy
you
is
know.
boosted, but there is more corruption is happening.
Now, there are several
That
ways to do
becomes
this.
one
This is
scenario
what we do. It's
where
called the 2x2 matrix. You can do a
government
2 by
initiatives
3
are
matrix.
increasing,
You can do a
but
3
your
by
R&D
3
is
matrix. You can
decreasing.
make it super
But this
complicated. The
should be
more
here.
matrix you drive and you
One
cross, the
second.
more scenarios you can
No, I got confused myself. But the two drivers are important because two drivers will give you the scenario. Your scenario cannot come from one driver because there will always be external and internal
One
factors.
is going to be
Right?
super negative.
Wait, I will call the
And
boss.
this one, it could be still positive. It just depends which driver is stronger. If this driver is stronger, right, than this driver, this will be still positive because this is positive. This is the positive of this driver. This will still be positive because this one is over. You know, it will be that. Vice versa. We just have to see which one is stronger at that point. But you can do unlimited scenario modeling.
Mo,
Teach you a simple way. Yeah.
once you're done on that table, can you come this side?
Yeah. So is it clear? Okay. Yes.
I've been confused. But no. So, okay.
Driver one.
This is one driver, more government initiative.
Okay. So the positive of the driver here.
Yes.
So the positive driver is here, right? So what you do, the simplest way to do it, because the positive of that driver is here, you take all the positive that you find from that driver, you put them here, and you put them here.
All the positives.
You can put them in both places.
Okay.
You just put them in both. You
But look at
duplicate.
this spectrum, right? This spectrum. This axis is going vertically, right? So all the positive will go here, all the negative will come
Here. The driver, forget about this. You just have two rows. Put all the positive here and duplicate it here.
Okay.
Oh, I get it. You want
Yes?
to firstly paste
All
here?
the negative, put it here and duplicate it here. And then add the second driver the same way. All the negative here and here, all the positive here and here. Then
Done.
what you have, you have combined all positive, positive, negative, negative, positive. You have done the permutation.
I understood.
You got it?
Yeah.
Okay, for the first driver, these two are positive. For the second driver, these vertical two are positive.
And you would duplicate it on both sides because this is the positive. Duplicate here, here. Negative here, here. Now you turn it on. Same here, same here. Then you have your permutation.
because the axis is going straight, right? So
No,
all the
which
positives
driver?
here, let's say for this one, economy is boosted, economy falls, should come this way.
What?
If economy is getting boosted here, you get
Yeah. All the negative, yes.
negative will go here.
No. Negative will go here and here. Forget about this line. Forget about this one. We need to duplicate. Okay.
Positive and negative, and here positive and negative, it needs to go across.
Okay. No, here. Right? Yes. And this one is
Positive, negative.
yeah, but if this is the positive, so we have to say
This is positive, negative.
yeah, positive, negative. Yeah.
So economy booster will be here,
Yeah.
economy falls is here.
Yeah. Negative, positive. Right. But you get my point.
Yeah.
Here, this one represents this.
Yeah.
Right? This negative here.
Represent that down.
Yeah,
negative,
this one, yeah. It represents this line.
and that.
And that's
And that's negative.
Okay, use these sticky notes. Use these sticky notes.
Now I think you are also confused.
Look, do you know how we build logic gates? 0, 1, 1, 0, right? Or 1, 1, right? So 0, 0. Thank you. Right?
Now, I've understood this. So, our one driver is more government incentives. That leads to economy boosted, economy falls. Where does economy boosted?
Where is
Boosted
this?
is here and negative I think is down.
This is plus, economy boosted. That's it.
Where is the plus on the thing?
I decided.
I can't trust your word if you don't give me a visual.
There are words,
I don't trust you.
let's say boosted and false, but okay.
I don't read. I just read the sign. I'm a machine. This is for which driver? This one?
This one.
Okay, I need this duplicated.
Here.
No, this is negative. I need this twice.
Twice, eh?
That's what I said.
You have two rows.
Yeah. That's right.
Right?
So you get me go. Everything will duplicate. We do it quickly.
Yes. I need every positive duplicated. Thank you. And I want another economy falls the right place. Yes? You're creating the permutation.
Yeah.
That's why the machine beats you all to this. Because your brain is not thinking like the machine. The machine can do all this permutation now. And you're using your small brain capacity to train the machine to be even smarter than you. This is the only way to beat the machine in the future. Because the machine will always be predictable. But you are not. You can change your mind any day. And the machine is based on old data, not on new data. So,
Data is garbage.
the what?
Data is garbage.
Okay, that's the garbage. That's why you want to solve it, right?
Yes.
And you want to do a nice scan of people's eyeball before you put the right data to?
Maybe. And no comments.
Join Sam Altman. That's what he wants to do.
Oh. The best of the minds are coming for me, I know that.
So, do we understand what we're doing?
Yeah, just see this.
Okay, that's a nice way to do it, by the way, because you put the positive on both here.
Yes.
Put the negative on both here. Right? And then do the permutation.
That's where we need you. Let's just finish.
Do the negative of both ways.
We have written it, they're just writing it away. And then color coding is the best thing. You know, I filed a patent for a full stack application with color coding. It's an advanced thing. It's a WIPO application.
After advising people all these years, you decided to join the game, huh?
You have to be a good gamer, right? And you know, now.
Color coding that makes a difference. Because what I just wanted to see the permutation. Yeah. And then from the permutation, you make a new state.
Yes.
That's the
Yes, yes. Mechanical engineers like. And I told you that he's representing this foundation in Maharashtra. So I said hire us as consultant and they will invite you there. We're already there on the same page. Yeah.
Good outcome the workshop we have achieved.
Absolutely. Otherwise, I'll get hold of you. I'll get hold of you. You connect these three. See, we need good people, right? These three are the talented people.
So I'll come back and I think you get an idea of what I want you to do next, right?
Yes.
You do the permutation.
No, we'll need your help again for that.
We need help. We need help. Absolutely. We are good with permutation. We need to understand.
Yeah.
Operation input and data entry.
This is increased global warming. This is good environment. So now
I don't know about other SDGs, but SDG 11 is in the picture.
the negative of this can be
I can see it clearly.
ये तुम्हारा positive side आ जाएगा.
The sustainable community is also very important.
And here the negative and positive. So these two are clear.
We don't have any negatives for policy deployment.
You basically replicate every city you can. For example, you have disturbed food chain migration.
We did a great job, way too good then.
One disturbed here. But if this is disturbed and there is another positive outcome that's happening, that creates a separate sort of
Opinions and best.
Okay, so we need to think about it. You want us to think about the negative? We can. Okay. Okay.
That's why I asked you to rate them. What we want to do in education is to balance the positive.
That's how I.
So we have a balance. If you see
Okay. So let's from a negative side देखना है.
We don't have enough room for negatives.
No, we will. Now we will think.
Outside the box.
Now think like stakeholders, capitalist people. Think like somebody who is a bureaucrat who needs money. तो आपको सारा problem statement समझ में आ जाएगा.
Infrastructure management.
Sir.
They've chosen a positive driver and a negative driver. Actually, they've chosen both the drivers that are negative.
yeah, so you can do like others did. What they did is they just did this.
उसको फिर गोला encircle कर दो.
So here they put the positive of both. Here they put the negative of both. Then what they would do is they would just translate. You see my
Time taking तो नहीं होगा ये.
So if the negative of this one, you will just have the same here, but then you will just flip the other one. It's just a simple mechanic.
Security can.
I'm here. I know this now. I'll help you guys. It's not
Security,
simple,
like
Mr.
making
Engineer,
sure that
but
every
it's okay.
process is without any bias and
Yeah, put your. Yeah, but you have them. I asked you to note them. Did I ask you to put plus and minus on them? I did, right? Yes or no? Where are the plus and minuses?
Yes.
Okay, do it now. Do it now. Do by the way, I can also tell you this. You can also do this. If you give me this driver to say increase blah 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 is doing this, and then increase for something is there, then I can say what's the scenario here. Then I will then ask you to take the scenario, to take these two, then do the application. It's easier to do the application with per thread, to combine them the way you want, then to come up with the name than the other one. The other one you need a little bit of
Ambiguity and
your neurons
overestimation
have
of
to be trained better to do that.
Ambiguity,
This is simple.
Let's start. Use one of the examples and that will help them.
Label them. Which is plus, which is minus. Just label them. You have them. Plus, plus.
You have to write something for first.
Yeah, you just put plus, plus, minus, minus, which is plus.
Example वाला कौन सा था? Global warming ना?
तो ambiguity में corruption and then back.
Migration assistance. Well, no, it cannot be plus and minus. It can migration of species will happen. Where is that? Is that a plus or a minus? No, you can only take one place. It's a minus or minus.
उन्होंने काफी अच्छा बोला हमें ठीक है maybe we are very positive होने से और कोई वैसा नहीं so this is good for में भी सोच के planning
Top down approach people, but it is good for the industry.
Yeah, but we talked about the SDGs. What is the SDG? What's the SDG? Yeah, but which one?
Corruption.
Climate change. Is it good for climate change or bad for climate change?
Bad channel.
Your benchmark for rating this is the goal you want to achieve, not the country. It goes back to why you're doing it.
It leads to hoarding of materials, which leads to profit margin. Also for climate change.
one negative का है ना ये scenario
It's your implication. If you say that's what it is what it is, okay? It's your STP in your corner. If you get it wrong, you're the one who will suffer. I always say it's your ecosystem. You do what you want to do best. Most important is to understand what you
direct हो गया ये direct यहाँ पे direct लिखो
what you do and what you see. You see my point? So this is my point. But again, what's the implication? With respect to the topic. Again, deforestation. Is it good for climate change? Certainly not, right? So that's a minus. So just go minus. You cannot have everything in minus. There's some positive. Deforestation can be good something. You know what deforestation might mean? People have more land to build the houses.
But then again, it's not positive for the climate.
I understand that at least people have more land to build houses.
Ethically, then it's not good. Land for smart cities.
Yeah, smart cities. And maybe the smart cities that people will be smarter. They will do less
Of several possible ways in which a certain number of things can be avoided or
that you mentioned.
like in market expansion,
No, it could be that deforestation leads. This is again
urbanization. The point is, any given point of time, the
Yeah,
market is finding ways how to create solutions to everything. लेकिन there are many few people or many few things which come into reality, right? अब इस permutation combinations का कुछ ये तो हमने बोल दिया कि पॉजिटिव है ये नेगेटिव अब ये permutation कहाँ से प्लस माइनस करना है इसका permutation करना है
maybe you have to find the positives from this for solving the negatives of this
इसको अलग से लिखो जैसे तुमने पहले बोला
हाँ मतलब ड्राइवर वन तुम्हारा ये क्या था ये वन का था
maybe वाला
ये किसका था ये ड्राइवर वन है कि टू है
ये ड्राइवर वन का लैग है वो तेरा प्लस
ये maybe क्या था इसका क्या लिखो
लिसन ना वो जो उन्होंने पार्टीशन
what is your understanding
this is your driver one
this is my driver one
this was your driver one
this is my driver
so driver one था
तो तुम्हारे यहाँ पे problem statement
this is my
So are we clear on what we're trying to do? Yeah, you don't need to put the chain here. I just need you to put the points.
yeah we are putting the point
बाकी दो problem है
plus fine driver one
उसमें हमें Computation again, it can be any scenario, which is right.
Two ones and then later.
Positive negative are negative. Driver using positives of weather.
So most likely what you could do is this is driver
तो उसके लिए
one.
यहाँ पे क्या लिखना चाहिए उसके लिए?
इसके वो मत सोचो, यहाँ पे आते हैं। अभी यहाँ पे कभी बढ़ेंगे तो वो हमें
तो यहाँ पे जो लिखूंगा वो यहाँ लिखूंगा।
अभी ये एक वो नहीं होता,
Are you an engineer?
आप रंगोली भी बनाते हो अपने डिजाइन
टेम्पलेटिंग
टेम्पलेट तो ये टेम्पलेट okay we need okay sir these are the positive of two things right and these are the negative
This is driver one.
yes
Driver one positive. Driver two positive. This is driver one negative. Driver two negative. So what you need to do, which one is driver one? This is driver one, right? So you will want driver one positive here, and here you want driver two negative. And the same here, you want driver one, this is driver two or one. No, this axis is one. Right, so driver one negative and driver two positive. Just
Okay, so write the same thing of D2 positive from here. Oh, okay.
Transfer. Where is the negative of driver one? Transfer. And then here. And thank you.
market expansion carbon emission
I slept for 11 hours. 11
Pollution,
10, 30, 11.
without natural disaster.
You slept at 10, you woke up at 9.
I woke up at 7:50. Actually 7:20.
Natural disaster,
9, 10.
high sea level.
Sir, probably I think we are right now working on these user scenarios and probably are
Carbon emission,
looking into
pollution,
different way of doing
desertification,
things.
natural disaster,
And
forest fire,
so one of the
migration of
publications
species, melting of glacier,
is solving negatives of a driver using positive driver two, which I think is quite interesting. But any
reduce melting of glacier,
something different scenario based. And a very good
तब तक तो report फाइल
data set can
so that we don't need to stay back.
understanding of user case scenario
Abhi we'll give some closing remarks, we'll add that.
which is done on, I would say, on a page or canvas, whatever way.
और क्या हुआ?
And color coding is
Urbanization.
I'll just show you what's happening.
Urbanization negative है,
हाँ हाँ.
positive है ना?
Urbanization हमारे लिए कैसे positive है? Climate के लिए
नहीं,
urbanization.
smart city लिखूंगा ना?
अच्छा हाँ. Urbanization for smart cities.
Yes, yes. I'm a second year engineering student. My name is Vivek. And we both are from Greater Noida.
Yes, my name is Ron Joseph. From Greater Noida, second year IoT branch.
Aquatic life. Aquatic non-aquatic life.
ये पॉजिटिव नहीं है
उसी नेगेटिव को कॉपी कर दो इधर फिर
नहीं इसका
पॉजिटिव नहीं, you need to find the positive that you might already have on your also. पॉजिटिव है ही नहीं इसमें।
हमने ढूंढे बहुत कम
अच्छा।
पॉजिटिव।
Okay, this was a direct scenario जो हम लोगों ने बनाया और ये indirect बनाया जिनकी combination, ठीक है? तो basically हमने क्या किया, एक का पॉजिटिव उठाया, एक का नेगेटिव करके उठा दिया।
हाँ मतलब माइग्रेशन तो
वो
होगा ना,
scenario
so like
क्या
you
हुआ
have more
अगर
housing.
हम समझे, ठीक है?
Profit margin climate को नहीं
M health and reducing latency period, cost efficiency, knowledge, lack of precision, operator input, privacy law.
पैसा आ रहा है फिर से क्लाइमेट में थोड़ा सा
ये इसमें नेगेटिव था,
इसमें लाइफस्टाइल
इन दोनों नेगेटिव है।
जी यहाँ दोनों नेगेटिव दोनों पॉजिटिव, माइनस प्लस एंड प्लस
लाइफस्टाइल इंप्रूव हो रहा है।
ये तो नॉर्मल था। अच्छा ये हमने कॉम्बिनेशन बताया, ठीक है। टॉप डाउन अप्रोच हो गया, ठीक है। ओवर एस्टिमेशन, करप्शन, ब्लैक चैनल, एम्बिग्यूटी, लॉन्जिविटी, ईज ऑफ अवेलेबिलिटी, एक्शनेबल इंटेलिजेंस, अर्ली डायग्नोसिस, इंक्रीज लाइफ स्पैन, सर्विस क्वालिटी, रिड्यूस कॉस्ट, राइट। उसके बाद हमने ये बनाया और ये बनाया, वोटिंग, एनफोर्समेंट, फिक्स टाइम फ्रेम, रिलायबिलिटी, अकाउंटेबिलिटी, स्मार्ट कॉन्ट्रैक्ट, जुडिशरी, टाइम बाउंड।
ये वाला फिनिश हो गया, वो वाले को
स्मार्ट लर्निंग, एजुकेशन सिस्टम विद IoT, ब्लॉकचेन, ट्रस्ट डेफिशिएंसी, प्राइवेसी, डेटा एंट्री। अच्छा अब what जो मुझे समझ में आया, नेक्स्ट राउंड में इसी से और चीज़ें उठ के आएंगी। ये 4 सिनारियोज हैं एंड प्रॉब्ली तुम्हारा इसको हम ये भी कर सकते हैं इन कोलैबोरेशन विद योर कॉलेज एंड माय इंस्टीट्यूट, हम IoT को वो भी सबमिट कर सकते हैं, हमें फंड्स भी उठा सकते हैं एंड एग्जीक्यूट करेंगे। ये नहीं कि फंड मस्ती मारने के लिए, ठीक है? मैं एक रुपये का मिला और वो लेती हूँ जनाब, एक रुपये क्यों चाहिए? पॉइंट समझ लो, जो रिसोर्सेज फ्री हैं उसके लिए क्यों पैसे दें? उसको आप बचा के किसी चीज़ और के लिए यूज़ कर सकते हो। बिकॉज सी अगर आप ये समझो, मैं एक चीज़ और समझाती हूँ, लोग समझते नहीं हैं। अगर आपको छोटा फंडिंग मिले, बड़ा फंडिंग, अगर आप फंड्स को ढंग से यूटिलाइज करके रिजल्ट दे दोगे ना, चाहे शॉर्ट टाइम आपको लगेगा उसको यार मैंने क्या कमाया, बट अगर आप रिजल्ट देंगे ना, the world will come after you to give you awards with prize money, फलाना ढिमकाना ढिमकाना। Get that approach in mind. मुझे ना बस स्टार्टअप बनाना है, मुझे ये करना है, मुझे वो करना है। Let me tell you, अभी ब्लॉकचेन के सेक्टर में गवर्नमेंट ने पैसे देंगे, जितने भी ये ब्लॉकचेन से 10 लाख रुपये को 200 रुपये की लेवल 10 लाख देंगे तो क्या होगा? तब मैं सबसे पहले लगा दूँगी, मेरा वहाँ से निकल के आएगा। इसकी फोटोज ले लो और उसमें लिंक्डइन पे डालो।
कितना पड़ा है? हमने 2 SDG से पढ़ा।
नोट्स बनाने छोड़ दिए।
ये बना अरे नोट्स बोलेगा तब तो मैं बनाऊंगा।
Not sufficient है।
Everybody, can I get your attention? I'm making do the super hard work. You still need to do that, but I want to give you a shortcut. Yes?
What a good time to be alive.
The shortcut. You have your positive for a driver, right? Can you label what happened when all those positive for the driver happen? What is your positive?
R&D towards sustainable future.
Yeah, but for the driver. So if they do the summary for each of the driver positive and negative, then you only have to consider 2 things to label this. You see? Then that's the name of the scenario. The evidence, what's happening in that scenario are those things underneath. Yes? Okay, so No, you will name what? He needs coffee, right? Do you drink coffee? Are you an engineer? That's the $1 million question. Are you an engineer? I knew it. There is a special place for engineers in my heart. Welcome.
Just to help us.
Yeah. By the way, I don't have an engineering degree only, although I claim to be like, I do have engineering degrees, but that's not the only thing I have. Yeah, but here's a shortcut. The shortcut I wanted to say is they can label this, what this means for India, and they can label what this means for India, and based on the two label, they can come up with this label.
I've done that. I've skipped that step and come here because I'm helping the teams now.
Okay, but you understand? Yeah, so that's what I did over there. There's multiple ways to do this, right? This is my point. Are we moving here?
There's no global warming happening here, right? You've mitigated climate.
Are you struggling with permutations? Okay. This is what? What do you have? Mm-hmm. Okay. This is the positive of which driver? This one? And the positive of this driver. So what could you summarize this by? What does this mean for India?
Strong policy.
India has strong policies in healthcare. They're leading in strong policies in healthcare to do what? What is this SDG? Three. Is in health. So that's the label here.
Yeah.
Write that label, right? And then this one, what does this mean?
This is regarding the climate change.
Okay.
How it is impacting.
So what is the summary of that in healthcare? What does it mean? And India is ahead of the health implication of climate change or something, right? Right? So that's two labels. Now, can you summarize those two labels to summarize everything? That's the scenario. So this is the scenario where India is leading with policies in healthcare while in a sustainable manner. Sustainable and yeah, but so India, so that's the policies. This one is environment, right? So the two together, what does it mean for India? India is leading with transformation in healthcare.
In India, where environment awareness is leading to
and adapting to the climate change crisis. That's the scenario. What's the evidence of that scenario? What happens in that scenario? All these things. That's the scenario, right? So, what are doing here? Look, we think of what we have been doing is we expand, we reduce, we expand. That's what exactly, and we reduce until we get a short
awareness is leading to climate
good quality. So you can do the same quality.
अच्छा ठीक है ठीक है तो
this is driver one. Driver one?
Yeah.
Driver two? Right? So this is driver one positive, driver two positive. This is
Driver 1 positive, driver 2 negative.
is leading to
driver one. No, this is still driver one positive. Two negative. This is driver one negative. I don't know
Driver 2 negative.
driver two. Which one is two?
This is driver one. This is driver one.
Okay. Two negative. This one is
Driver one.
driver one. Driver one is this one negative. And driver two is positive.
how can it be positive positive now?
This is driver one.
Negative क्या है?
So all you have to do is to take driver one here. This is driver one negative. Where is driver one negative? You bring it here. Where is driver 2 negative? This is driver 2 negative. So you bring it here. Where is driver
1 positive.
1 positive?
Yeah, that we understood.
So this is driver 1 positive. We bring it here. And this is driver 2 positive. You bring it here. And this is driver 1 negative. What is driver 1 negative? Yeah, it's already there. And you make the labels. That gives you the combination to get a sense of what the scenario is. You have done the permutation, right?
In India, where
But the summarizing part where we are stuck is, so if we are saying, for example, we labeled this one as what the impact.
So this is the impact when it's positive.
Yeah.
What is the impact when it's negative? Yeah, this one. What is this? What can you summarize this by?
weak policies.
Write it down. You see, the same here, and then sub combine again, and then that's your scenario, and this is your scenario. And if anybody explain to you in the future the scenario of India not doing a very good job, you can say, yes, it's not doing a good job because this is happening, and the evidence of this is this happened, this happened, this happened. So what is it? These are actually the signs to watch out for to avoid that scenario.
Even then, कुछ नहीं हो रहा. There's no change.
Plan accordingly.
Exactly. That's the anticipatory part. But you have to go through a serious understanding of this. Yeah. And by the way, this is a transformational scenario. That's what we call a transformational. Right? This is what everybody wants. This one is really a decline. Right? Now, this could be equilibrium or it can be continuum. You will see that what's happening today is either falling here or here. Right? You see that in equilibrium, things are stable, that nothing is changing, or it's not changing, it's actually just
awareness है but
this
policy
is
नहीं है.
scenario plan. But you will know what you will see the sign. Remember when I said the dark alleys? You want to see what's there before you get there. This is what I'm talking about.
So this basically summarizes that the policies can lead to poor healthcare data.
And India where climate action is led by people in the absence of government
Because
action.
this is what the
That could have been a scenario. You choose your words, but that could also be something. Like let's say Greenpeace said
Let's go step by step only बात पहले
हाँ
इसका ये वाला लिख लेते हैं.
So now this is the global warming has gone down, but awareness is not there.
Ineffective reinforcement of policy. यहाँ awareness नहीं है ना, awareness तो वहाँ.
What is
This is the policies have been implemented, but the people are violating.
हाँ, so
Something like that.
weak
क्या लिखा था?
climate policy is like
Successful mitigation of climate change. Yeah, what I think is implementation of solutions to mitigate climate change. Right?
Okay, we have 2 more tools to go through and 45 minutes. So, do we have the summary scenarios for everyone?
We took all
They are done. They're done. They're done. They're done. We're all done. I think this one, you're also done, right? I came around.
Yeah.
And India, where weak policies lead to climate crisis, and India, where strong policies lead to success. So you have either strong policies, है ना?
Yeah.
So in India, where lack of implementation of policies.
This is the positive part of the policy.
हाँ, तो policy strong है, but implement नहीं हो रही, इसलिए climate crisis फिर भी हो रहा है. So this means in India where policies are not being enforced properly. This is the scenario here. यहाँ पे होगा.
All right.
ये आप लिख लो जल्दी से.
Does anybody need help?
And यहाँ है. यहाँ पे
Yeah,
लिखो.
they're just summarizing now.
This is the last one. यहाँ पे your policies are weak. And what was the other?
Climate change.
We're good here? Okay. And
Maybe
the
this could
techie
be,
people.
in India
Who needs non-techies to do the right thing?
individuals are leading the climate
Tech people by themselves are always bad news because they live in a siloed world.
in the absence of
Um,
policy, in the absence of strong policy, that becomes like in India where actions are led by citizens in the absence of public sector involvement.
yeah, but give it a nice scenario name. It could be an India that's prosperous, an India that's leading in technology, an India that's, give it a nice scenario, okay? Yeah, that's the scenario name, right? And that has to summarize all the things you see here, okay? And please do not put technology in that scenario. Especially no AI, no blockchain. I did not say no. I said don't listen to
The final summary, this would be an India. So a healthy India with a clean environment,
So are we ready for the next stage?
Clean and green India, basically. Healthy, clean and green India. That is your final one. You should replace this with that.
We're almost there.
Fight against climate change. कुछ भी लिख लो भाई।
यहाँ से
यार मैं ये सोच रहा हूँ कितना देखो फीलिंग क्या डबल होगा।
All right, so are we ready? We're good? You got some nice scenario names? By the way, some of them actually should be close to what you put down earlier, right? Some of them. It should be pretty close. But now you have the evidence. And you know how to get there. You know what to watch out for. So are we ready? See, that's the problem with engineers. They think that we have all the time in the world when the world is dying and we need problems solved faster than they are. We should add some non-engineer in our group. You want to join them?
Okay, so we've done the mapping, which was where we plotted the scenarios. We will now go into visioning, which is how do you see the timelines of the scenarios? How do you see the impact of these scenarios? So if you had to look at, let's say, should we do the positive, positive and negative, negative? Just those two? Because there are four.
No, we'll plot all their scenarios in the cone.
All four?
Yeah. By the way.
Okay, now if we look at let's start with the easy ones. On your scenarios, everyone has a positive, positive scenario, right? Now look at that positive, positive, and where do you think it falls on the timeline? Do you think it is something that you can achieve in short, medium, and long term? That's one level of thinking. The other layer of thinking is, where does it fall in the impact level? Is it on the decline, which is your negative, negative, for example? All your positive, positive go on the transformation side.
Yeah.
And then for the others, which are positive, negative, a combination of positive, negative, we need to figure whether it goes on the equilibrium, which is still halfway down in an easy way to understand, or does it go in the continuation side? We'll start with the easy ones, so that makes it clear for us better. Use your negative, negative, plot it on the decline side of the cone, but think of it whether it goes to short, medium, or long. Do the similar thing for the transformation, which is positive, positive.
Yeah, and can I, do we want to do one for each SDGs? Or do we want to do one for all the SDGs? Let's do one for each SDG. So what you need to do is to draw this. Can you draw this? Yes? Draw this. Okay, so I was told by my boss that we're only going to do one for all SDGs, okay? And only one for all SDGs. So can we do that on a board, Udita? Yeah. We draw it on the board and everybody go put it there, okay? And they tell us why. But what I want you to do is on your label for the scenario, put the SDG number. Okay, so when we put it there, we know which SDG was reflecting. Can we do that? On the label of your scenario, put your SDG number. No, we're only going to do one. Don't worry about it. But on the master label, put the SDG number. Okay? Yeah. Put it there. And we're going to ask you to come one by one to place this information for us. Okay? Everybody in one SDG future vision. Okay? So, Udita, are we ready? Yes? Do we understand? On the label of your scenario, put the, no, you don't have to do this. We're going to do it all in one canvas. But I want you to, on your label, put your SDG number somewhere, on every one of them. No, put it in this one. Yeah, all the yellow thingy, okay? Yeah, and please put, yeah, and then we'll decide which is what. No, just put SDG 3. If you put 2, we don't know 2 what. Thank you. So, did we write the SDG number? Okay, perfect. So, the one thing I want you to do now, I want to think about the timeline for this scenario. If you think this scenario will happen in the next 5 years, write H1, horizon 1, or short term. That's fine, just before they take it away. Short term. If it will arrive in 10 years, put medium term, right? And if it's going to happen in 10 plus years or 15 years, put long term. You have several. Do you think this will happen in 5 years, 10 years, or 15 years? 5 years, 10 years, or 15 years, okay? Please, we understand? Yeah, 15 years. Basically 5, 10, or plus 10, okay? Just a simple classification because these things have to happen in some time window, right? So again, and part of this, by the way, has to do with sometimes if your driver is happening now and it's still impact, but you will find that they're in short term because it's happening now, you know. If it's longer term, the ones that had uncertain, it should be longer. It's just a triangulation. You got it? Short term, medium term, or long term? Okay. Yeah. Fine. All right, so now that we have that, Udita, can we, Mukesh, can we bring this here? This one? Let's bring that to the front. So, the next thing I want you to do before you take your scenario there, the one that's positive, write transformational on it. Transformational. The ones that's negative, negative, write decline. Yes? Now, the other two, you debate. If you think this is a current continuing scenario, you write continuous. If it's an equilibrium, nothing changes, things are stagnant, you write stagnant. Okay? So pick which one. This could be either these two, either one could be stagnant. It's just that which driver is stronger, that's the one that will be continuous, especially if it's positive, okay? So if this is positive, this one will be a continuous, and the other one will probably be equilibrium or something. But you get my point. So decide whether it's continuing the trajectory it is, or it's an equilibrium. Nothing is changing. Yeah? So, next decision point. Now I want you to decide, this one is transformational, this one is decline. Between these two, you decide which one is the continuing, like what's going on right now, or which one is some kind of equilibrium, like a status quo, nothing is changing, okay? Yeah. So, yeah, write on it. I need to know on it because we're taking it to the board. Fine, empty. Yeah, short term, okay, whatever. What is this? Okay, short term also? Okay, fine. Okay, now the positive is transformational.
Okay.
The negative is decline. Okay? Between these two, you decide which one is the continuing, meaning things are still growing and better, positive. One that's just equilibrium, things are just stagnant. Okay, you decide which one.
One is stagnant and one is
Continuing.
Okay.
It depends on the strength of the drivers. That's up to you. It depends which one is stronger driver. Okay? Decide. Now that we have all that, we will just go put it there. Are we ready? You ready? You have decided? You write it here? So this could be either decline or continuous. Okay, so this decline? Oh, decline, yeah, I mean equilibrium. Yeah. So now, it's easy. What you have to do, for those who have finished, take those things, you know where to put them there. Yeah? So, for those who finish, if you finish, put them where they belong. Come on, let's see what's happening to the SDGs. Let's go put them up there. We're good? Yeah. Yeah, that's transformational, yeah. She should write it, sorry. Yeah. Okay.
This MC. Long term and T is there.
Yeah. Okay, but long term, which one? Transformational or what? Which one is it? No equilibrium with. So the difference between equilibrium or continuum depends on the strength of one driver versus the others. If one driver, because you have one positive and one negative, if one is stronger towards the direction, then that's continuous, right? If one is, yeah, it's, or at least it's in equilibrium, it's not going anywhere because the decline is the two negative, okay? So of course it's a bit of a subjective, but what we're trying to show you is that there are many, many features. Come on. How do you say here? carry up in Hindi. Jaldi karo. Jaldi karo. Vámonos. Fatapadi. Okay, fatapadi. Dépêchez-vous. Faites vite. Ayautelia. This is in my local language. So now we can use all the languages. There you go. And soon AI will replace all that. We won't need languages anymore. If we don't know what we're doing, yes. Okay, so are we done here? Are we done here? Are we done there? Are we done here? All right, let's all come now. Come on, everybody up front.
Yeah, so we've worked.
You're what?
Apparently, we are going to part, so we need to know each other before we go.
There is one here. All right, so everybody, we started our journey today by asking you, where do you want to go? What do you see 2030? You started articulating some visions, but how do you get there? Then we started looking at what's happening, the signals. From the signals, we got to drivers. From drivers, we got to implication of drivers. From implication of drivers, we got to sort of create scenarios. And then from the scenarios, we started plotting them in some timeline, right? So obviously, you can do it, you can actually, with one SDG, you can fill this thing, but we just enough data that you can see what's happening. So we have, this is called Horizon 3. Horizon 3 is when we have over 10 years, right? Long term. And why did you decide this? Because you thought these drivers, their impact will be in 10, 15 years. I give you an example. We were doing a workshop, and one of the scenarios was called designer babies. And the scenario was that India will be a leader in designer babies and health in a pill. Obviously, this is not happening in 5 years. It's happening in Horizon 3. And then we determine all of the things that needs to happen to get there. Whether you believe that designer babies will happen or not, it will happen because it's happening. It's just that it's not enough of the ingredients and things are not together to make it happen, right? Technology itself is there. We have CRISPR, you have all sort of DNA mapping. So this is the same thing we did with the SDGs. So you have an India is a world leader in modern agriculture. 10 years, 15 years? Do you really think this cannot happen faster than that? So whoever put this in 15 years, again, I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but good. India, where you live, you have a sustainable ecosystem. And this sustainable ecosystem, this is SDG 13. SDG 13 is what SDG again? Climate change, yeah, okay, so that's great. So India is a leader with a sustainable ecosystem. Now, what are the signs and the scenario? What are the different things of the scenario? You have the evidence. Those are the implications. So if you need to write a story, you have it. Let's go to the negative ones, right? Like this decline part. Okay, I'm not going to say that. Somebody from India come say this because I'm not allowed to say that.
And in the sticky note says, written by somebody in this room, in an India that's begging for food.
Well, again, it's a possibility, right? And the point is not that it happens. The point is to understand what sort of sign or things do we need to prevent to make sure this never, ever, ever happen.
And it's interesting,
right?
That
it's not the idea of it, it's just to understand what we don't understand. So guess what? We can start acting.
And it's, sorry, one second. It's interesting how this has come from, I think, a positive one, where we were talking about how India will become an exporter of agricultural products, so much so that at a point you've come where you don't have enough food for yourself. So again, we've reached this decline from a positive stage that we were talking about.
Yeah. So, and then we have some that are short term. It's things that you thought had impact, but they really need to be addressed, right? It means the policymakers are necessarily not addressing it now, or you would like this to be addressed faster, right? Medium term are things that you think really needs to be done, right? So if you're a policy planner, you really need to pay attention to these scenarios, and then you need to adjust your scenarios. Any question before we go show you how you can do that? This will be our last exercise. But remember, I was telling you, we're walking in the unknown. It's like a dark corner. Now you have good visibility, right? So you will be less afraid. You will feel less hopeless. You will be able to act. You will be able to really be comfortable driving that future. Now, if you don't know the futures that you need to go to, guess what's going to happen? Somebody else will come sell you their future, their dreams. You might buy it. You have not done the implication. You have not done the analysis. Guess what? You're going to end up holding the short end of the stick. Right? That's the idea. We need to know what we don't know that we don't know.
We have a smaller group here with whom, participating with whom we've come to this point. But imagine if you were doing it within your organization or even externally with different groups. We have KPMG here. But if you're foresighting there, think about how different sectors need to change their policies and plan of actions to meet that goal that you've probably achieved, that you figured out that this is the scenario we're going to get to. So today Airtel needs to come up with these policies, or basically the industry needs to come up with this, the ministries need to think about this, the academia needs to think about this. Even if you want to solve for certain issues, maybe you need to start at the education level. How do you solve for that today? At the school level, you have entrepreneurs coming up in 5 years who can show that impact in another 10 years to counter one of those negative ones maybe.
Yeah. And if you heard about future studies, this is exactly what they do. Then they just make a nice summary, nice pretty slides, and then they say blah, 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 blah. Were you involved in that? No. Do you believe half of what they say? No. Because you have not gone through the process with them, right? You're not going to pay attention. Oh, this is just some fancy whatever, right? I mean, who would think that first we will have flying cars, which we will never have flying cars because some innovations are not practical, right? But who would thought that we will have video phones on our things? But if you were looking at the Jetson, they talked about this years ago, right? Many of this is just our ability to think and to plot scenarios and then to realize them. That's what we have. This is exactly what we have. Electric cars, all of these things. That's why it's important for you to know what the implication of technology, social implication, economic implication, how all of them are colliding together and how you can plot and drive your future,
There's
right?
a contentious example, but many years, 20, 30 years ago, we came up with excellent policies for education. We ensured there was free education, there was food for everyone at school so that they would attend school. We ensured there was compulsory education. So we had amazing policies, programs in place that ensured that students started going to school, did not drop out, completed their education, went to college, right? At that time, we didn't think through that 20 years from now, you start going to a preschool at the age of 3. When you graduate from college at the age of 21, will there be enough jobs? So again, there were amazing initiatives, but if you plot that future thinking about 15 years from now, we miss that. That's why, again, that's not the only reason, but that's one of the reasons we've been facing with unemployment. We've had some of the highest data. We didn't think through. We put in those great policies for short term and medium term, but we completely forgot that population that will graduate for jobs.
So the future is really many, and all of us own like some kind of to ourselves to think about it and to know what we want and what we don't want. And I promise you, if you start thinking a lot of things you don't want. And the other thing I can tell you, if you start really looking at all these signals and reading the trends, you need to have a strong mind because what's coming is not good if we don't start thinking, right? I'm actually, on one hand, I feel liberated because I do a lot of this. On the other hand, I also feel like there is no way. A lot of people have to wake up to this. Otherwise, that future we want we don't want will come for us. And it's coming faster than we think, okay? So now on again, yes, the last part, this is easy. We can just do it cursory. You can just do this in an open format. And we'll just go around and ask you, what will you do? But we do have a tool for that. So again, if you think about it, all of you heard about SWOT in whatever, business school, fine. So part of SWOT, there is what you call the strengths and weaknesses. Those are internal to your organization, right? But the threat and opportunities, those are external. This is what you don't know, that you don't know, that you don't know. What you have just determined is a lot of the threats and opportunities for whatever you want to do, right? So for us to take this in an action, and of course, the reason why we're not doing anything is because all stakeholders are acting linearly in their silos. The machines are ganging up, making work. We're acting like this. This is just technology. Imagine all of the other things happening in the social side, in the economics. Everything is colliding. This is why I say our future and our past and our present are colliding much faster than we can, and we're not able to adapt. So for that, to move forward and ask, there are many, many other tools and framework, but a very simple way to think about it is all these things that you saw, these sub, positive and negatives, those are your threats and opportunities. So you can put them on this canvas, right? And then you can say, what do I do? Do I need to create a policy? Do I need to create a program? Do I need to? We can do this where you immerse yourself to act and to own yourself to acting or to moving forward. Of course, that's not the only thing you will need to do, because to get this right, you need to, can you go to the next page? So I saw them. So after you have a good plan, yeah, that one. So you need to think about the governance, the communication, and how you bring more people on board. If you have a plan, you need to engage people. You need to communicate this with people so that you can have the ecosystem with you. You cannot do this alone, right? So that's where the other part of the playbook comes in. But Udita, do you want us to do a quick exercise on how they solve?
I think we can do a larger group exercise of literally 2 minutes. What we can do is we can pick one of them. Let's do the decline one. And just as a group, raise your hands. I'll pass the mic around. Let's say this is the future that we figured that this is where India is headed. India is begging for food, right? What? We figured out the threats, possibly some opportunities around it. Yeah. What are some actions that we can take to ensure we don't get there? So sometimes we need to take actions to get there, but sometimes we might need strategic plans and actions to not get there.
So what are the signs of that? Which is the group who did this? Can you recount the sign? Can you tell us the sign of that, India? Yeah, just highlight a few. And then we can think as a group, how do we prevent this? Yes?
Yeah, corruption, increase in demand, inflation, then economy slowdown, increase in the price of goods, maybe decrease in quantity of agricultural output, soil erosion, environmental impact such as soil pollution, environmental pollution, etc. These are the main reason why we driven that point of India is begging for food in long term.
Okay, so that concerns a lot of stakeholders in India, from environment to policy makers to that. Who is in environment? What would you want to do to avoid soil erosion? That's one of the elements of this that will lead to this. By the way, the other thing we can do in the transforming is we can actually plot what happened first, what happened next. So you can plot a scenario, a line of what will happen first, next, etc., based on those. But for those who were solving the environment thing, what would you do to avoid soil erosion? What do we need to do?
As a group, come up with one plan that you have to avoid, because every SDG is sort of connected to this one as well. What is it that you need to do to ensure we are not hungry?
Yeah, you were the environment team, right?
Yeah.
Tell us something.
Climate change.
What?
Climate change.
Climate change, yeah. Well.
Meanwhile, the other groups also think about it. Even though you had your own SDG, every SDG sort of is interconnected, right? You're talking about healthcare. How do we ensure that
there is enough food. Or even if you want to go outside of your SDG, think of an idea, give me an idea.
Yeah.
Okay. In India, sugarcane is grown in most of the regions. So when sugarcane baggies is basically the output when the sugarcane utilized. So that can be utilized. It's basically you have to get into the circular economy kind of stuff, and we have to identify the top 10 crops in India which is not being utilized in the right format. That is point number one. Point number two, we need to have POS. POS is basically cold storage at the time of harvest itself, because at the harvest a lot of the harvesting material is not sold in the market, it is not utilized. So we need to identify top 10 crops, get into the circular economy and recycle it, so that we don't get into this position of what has been stated right now.
So who wants to add to this? Who's going to sign up to do something about this? Yes?
Less usage of fertilizers, organic farming or sustainable farming. Yeah, to
Sustainable
stop,
farming?
Yeah, to stop.
So how do we then induce sustainable farming? What do we need to do? Give me some things we need to do.
IoT devices for the agri-tech or the, why.
So we promote agri-tech.
Yep. So we.
Yeah.
So we.
So you go find a policymaker, you tell him, if we do this, we will solve this problem, and if we solve this problem, we will avoid this feature. Yes? So this is why you have to include people, and you also need to be able to tell the right story. If I go see you and say, oh, what field? I'm in agri-tech. Do you know what the heck you're in agri-tech for? Oh, we do all these cool things. We got a loan from this and this and this. Why? Or because, this is a mandate of the government. Why? Or because you need to be able to answer why the heck you're doing this. And this is how it connects back to the SDG, right? If you don't have your story together, why are you doing it? Actually, whose feature are you doing? Are you working on your feature or somebody else's feature? Right? If you're doing a research in agri-tech, and the research in agri-tech is to create some new kind of God knows what, and you don't know the implication, you just think it's cool because you're a researcher, think again. Anyway, so our goal here is, of course, to just have you think. So our exercise today was to make you think about the future, the SDGs, to see how we can systemically figure out what we want, how to get there, how to actually find out all the dark corners, the good corners, and to put meaning to our actions, right? So it's not some thing out there. You are connected to this, and you know what you need to do, and you know when you have the conversation with the next stakeholder what you need to tell them. Yes? So I don't have anything else to say, Udita.
I think just to close, I think from my end, at the end of the day, we saw through these, even if we came up with just 4 here, that you have to collaborate. The people solving for climate change cannot alone solve for climate change. We need people who are working in health, we need people who are working in smart cities, and vice versa. So even when we are putting together plans of action for whatever reason we would be, whatever organization purpose, the idea is you have to ensure different stakeholders into your group, and you have to bring them in at this stage. When you're thinking about how the future is going to look, you need to do this exercise with that diverse group to get to help each other understand that we are all connected. We know that, we are aware of it, we keep talking about partnership and collaboration, but when we sit in a group like this, even today, we had, barring a couple of tables, I think there was a lot of diversity on other tables. You were able to hear from about different perspectives. And so we need to bring in a little bit more of that in our very active engagement. And the tools that we've designed, they've been designed in a way that you can use it for any purpose. We've done it for SDGs today. Mo mentioned we talked about designer babies. That was we did it exclusively with healthcare professionals. You can use to design your future strategy for your organization or your plan of action for your life. The use is up to you, but you have to bring in diversity of thought. You cannot sit with all of these tools alone in your room and just come up with a plan.
it will fail. It's like the education initiative that eventually led to unemployment, right? It will be like that. I'm done. We can.
Well, any question? Now is your time to ask any questions, right? We try to achieve, hopefully we've met some of your expectation. If not, we'll have a little survey so you can tell us as well. And when you fill the survey, you will get the PowerPoint. So, but you're not gonna get it without filling the survey. But we also really want your opinion, right? Any questions, please?
I have a question.
Yeah.
How can we promote responsible consumption and production pattern to advance environmental sustainability?
Responsible consumption.
Yeah.
So for something like this, we can take these tools and to do the same thing, right? You will need to look at the signals, the drivers, and then you will need to act on those signals and drivers. So I can tell you there are many, many tools. In fact, in strategic foresight, one of the tools, so you see they have signals, drivers, and there's something called mental models that people built. If you discover what's really driving that behavior and you want to transform it, then you can start driving mental model transformations, right? Which is, I give you a very simple example, responsible consumption. I mean, food waste, right? All the food deliveries, it's like you can change the mental model of all of this, because again, a lot of the responsible consumption is happening now because the society and economy has advanced so much that we're just ignoring the waste. And that's because our mental models have changed. So eventually you can figure out all the drivers and the solutions, and you can start impacting them with some actions, right? Not a short answer, but you can use this tool to do the same thing, okay? Any other?
Else, any question, comment before we hand it over for our closing remarks?
Narrow artificial intelligence. Yes, that famous narrow artificial intelligence. I think you and Preeti should be good friends. She's into all the tech gizmo stuff. I will just say that I don't even know what the heck is narrow artificial intelligence, and I think that a lot of people are just creating a lot of hypes. My statement will always be, what problem are we trying to solve? What technology can help me solve that better with the balance on the world, people, prosperity, planet, and my job is done. Everything else is hype, right? Everything else is hype, I promise you. Yes.
Sorry, I'm just thinking, we have been having this, we've started with Millennium Development Goals, we are now on SDGs, and then with this simple, although not simple, with this exercise we did today, you could see diversity, you could see, disagreements here and there, and this is just a simple, what do you call it? I mean, I'm just imagining what happens to the real world where you have a complex set of people from different sectors. I'm just imagining how is this going to work, I'm not pessimistic. I want it to work because it's exciting. We could all see results. I mean, you need future, you need to know what's happening in the future, you have to map out what the future brings. But when you have sectors that are conflicting with each other in a real government world, I'm just imagining how does it work?
This is not a problem. It works perfectly fine. And
Okay.
it's called, well, you know what's a good thing about bureaucracy? Is bureaucracy. You know what's the bad thing about bureaucracy? Is bureaucracy. Let me explain. Bad bureaucracy is bad. You get people out of the bureaucracy, you give them the right capacity, then they can go back in their bureaucracies. That's what we aim to do, that's what we do. I can put 200 people in the room. Usually people will say all of them hate each other. At the end of 2-3 days, they completely change their mind. They see that their futures have been colonized, their mind has been colonized. They don't know what they don't know, and that there is a different way. So this is about new approaches to think and solve problems, right? In fact, at the ITU, what we have done recently is we have launched around the world what we call acceleration centers, ecosystem acceleration centers. We're going to roll this up in 20 places. Actually, one of them is the India center we have. We're going to put all these capacities there, but usually these capacities we bring for the countries, and the countries can create unlimited number of opportunities. So we give them this capacity. They can bring 100 people in the room for multiple ministries. They start the conversation. So we're giving them new ways to work. Right? We have seen this work. This is not an issue. It's just that people need to try something new. The UN as an organization actually recognized that strategic foresight is one of the things they need to do. It was one of the 5 things that was adopted. But of course, look, at the end of the day, I work for the UN, but I'll just say you need to have the capacity yourself, right? And the only way is everybody needs to have this capacity because we all need new ways to behave, right? So that's the idea, okay? Any other question? No questions. Okay, but please, comments, feedbacks, and we should put our LinkedIn. You can find me on LinkedIn, M-O-E, Mo, B-A, last name. Connect with me. I can put up my numbers. I'm freely accessible, Udita as well. And with that, I will give the last word to...
Thank you. And I really enjoyed listening to your conversation, comments, and all the activities. And do we realize that it's almost 6 p.m. of a Saturday? And that alone will tell us how much commitment you demonstrated to us and to yourself. And I'm so happy to hear that you feel that you take the ownership, right? The changes come from you. And SDG is all about that. So I hope that you can carry forward and let us know how things work out for you. And as Mo said, we have an office in Delhi, and we'll be happy to, continue connecting with you and do more of what we have done. And my colleague, Akansha, as well as Mukesh, are here in the center. And of course, Udita, we can say that you are based in Delhi, so Mumbai. So, we have staff on the ground to continue this journey with you. So with that, thank you very much for attending, and please enjoy the rest of the weekend, and hope to see you in one of the future activities. Thank you. And can I also say special and dedicated thank you to Udita and Mo, who is hiding. I think he's crying. Oh, he's on the phone, crying. So I'm pretty sure that both of you really enjoyed spending the time with us and with you. Right, Mo? Were you crying outside the hall?
No, never. I always have. I have 3 rules in life. Let me tell everybody about those 3 rules. And if you adopt those 3 rules, your life will be so much easier. They are simple rules. Flipping, hacking, and flipping. Wherever I don't like something, I just flip it into something positive. If I cannot solve it through the front door, I solve it through the back door, but I always solve it. And once I'm done solving it, you think you're telling me to do something to solve for you? I'm solving for myself. I have to change it. Then I flip it back and I give it to you. Everybody's happy. So I was not crying, even if some of them were a pain, especially the super engineers. I'm not going to name names. I'm not even going to look at them. No, I'm just kidding. I think you were all really excellent, and I really thank you for being team players. I always do one thing. I have to apologize for being a pain. Okay? I do apologize. But I think we need to push each other to advance what we need to do. Back to you.
Just thank you everyone again for spending the entire day with us. We'll just ask everyone to come here for one group photo before we wrap up. And one way of getting in touch with you again, if you're doing anything else, this toolkit, something else that we're doing, if we can connect with you, would be through this QR code. We'll get your contact details. If you're comfortable, just scan it so that we have you in our database essentially, so that we can reach out to you for a future opportunity. One group photo, everyone, please. Thank you.